30, 20, retard. 5.
And good afternoon, everybody. I think this might be one of the first and few times that we've actually somewhat pre-scheduled a stream. As in yesterday, we talked about starting this around 3:30, and it actually happened. So, anyways, guys, welcome to another episode of Wrong Side Simulations, bringing the best content for the wrong side of the airplane, the right seat. And as always, my name is Blake, and I am a Royal Flight Dispatcher. I'm going to bring you a little more context to your flight sim viewing experience. And today, we are going to be flying with one of our good friends, Mr. WYLIE. If any of you fly for Virtual Spirit, I'm sure you see him in the Discord all the time. And also, if you have downloaded any of the, what I consider, high-fidelity liveries, this guy is the maker and the creator of the, again, what I consider high-fidelity Spirit liveries. The dude has, I mean, just kick-ass fucking talent when it comes to creating liveries. He's got all of the real world placards on the inside of the cockpit, as well as outside of the cockpit, like the fin number. He's got the weight placards. He's got the fin number placard on the inside of the cockpit. I mean, it's just, it is true. I have jump seated in Spirit airplanes quite a number of times, and every placard that is in that airplane, I see it in his liveries. So that is who we're going to be flying with today. We'll be chatting with him in just a minute once we get the airplane fired up. But we are going to be operating JetBlue. I think this is my first time streaming JetBlue. We're going to be operating JetBlue Flight 691 from Boston all the way down to Tampa, 2 hours and 46 minutes from wheels up to wheels down. Looking to burn 14,900 pounds of gas, and our total ramp fuel is going to be 21,600 pounds of gas, carrying 140 passengers, and we'll be cruising at 36,000 feet. So again, 2 hours and 46 minutes from wheels up to wheels down. Got a lot of weather out over the United States today. It looks like we will be clear of all of that. It is a terribly nasty day. Exactly what I think of when I think of spring weather. Just to give y'all a quick little look. Again, as we talked about yesterday, Volanta always kind of makes the weather look worse than what it really is, because it just really cranks up the sensitivity on the radar and what it's painting as far as returns on intensity of the precip. That is a nasty day. I don't know if it's still active, but there was a flow control area spanning through like the center of the United States. So if you're going through that area and you don't route out, you'll be taking a massive delay. I personally have never seen an FCA through the center of the United States like that. We see them a lot over the Gulf, and we see them over Florida, but never really over like central United States. It's kind of odd, and it's obviously driven by this line of weather that's out there. But one day, I'm sure we will have weather radar on the FENIX airplane, and when that day comes, we will do everything we can to fly near weather, because I want to be painting that stuff, because that'll be a really cool day when that day comes. So that is our little flight brief, what y'all can expect on this flight. Before we jump into the cockpit, we'll say hello to everybody in the chat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What was that? Oh, because we're on 22.8. We'll have to change that. It's like I haven't even turned the airplane on. I don't know how I'm even hearing anybody, because my airplane is off. I don't have any power, so shouldn't be hearing nobody. Anyways, Joe, what is going on, dude? Andrew, what's up, my friend? Are you working today? And if so, if you're working, could you speak a little more to the FCA, if you even saw it or aware of it? Oh, actually, yeah, I see you're coming a little bit further down. I've never seen that AFP before. Yeah, it's unprecedented. I'm sure it's due to the weather, as well as I'm sure it's driven by the weather as well as staffing. Staffing's been a big problem for the past couple of years with ATC. Wes, what is up, dude? Thank you for coming to hang out. Thank you for your moderator services. Greatly appreciated. Will, what's up, my friend? Great to see you. Jack, what's up, dude? When are you coming back? You're coming back tomorrow, right? I've been kind of itching like a crackhead, missing those Captain Shaquille O'Neal streams, man. I need them back. D-Champ, what's up, dude? Great to see you, my friend. And Byron, what's up, dude? Let's go. So let's get the airplane fired up so we can start chatting with WYLIE, who is next to us. He is, I believe, Spirit. Well, looks like there was another Spirit trying to ram it up my ass there a second ago. No, hold on. Anyways, he's Spirit. I saw his flight number a while ago. Oh yeah, Spirit 2329. Flying the same flight as us. So let's jump into it. Get this thing going. We've got the full suite of Airbus with me today. As y'all can see, got our tiller, got our side stick, got the McDo. Hopefully it works. Who knows if it will? And we've got our center pedestal. Let's get these lights turned on, get it all sexy, you know. I can get my little number pad out. Bam. Let's roll through it. Battery 1, battery 2, ground power. Nope, put that back in normal. Cruise supply, ground control. CVR test. Captain 1, 2, and 3. Status, put that on 3. Nav lights, no smoking on. Army emergency lights. I don't know what the temperature is here, so we'll just leave that in auto and leave those there. So we got flight directors on. Switch that over. Constraints, VORs, flight directors on. VORs and constraints. Cool. Center pedestal. GCS to auto. TCAS to auto. Put that to all. Leave that in the standby. Looking good. Let's scoot our chair in. And you know we don't want no captains up in here, so we'll scoot the chair up so it can't get in. Cool. All right, fingers crossed this works. Hey, it worked. Cool. AOC menu. We'll pull up the OFP. So I have, you can kind of see it over here. I've got the my EFB running. That is the same exact. Like I'm using the browser on my EFB for this, but we'll leave it here in case we need that. Right, bring this. Actually, no, don't, because then that's going to replicate. Fly the nets. The nets. So JetBlue 691 from Boston, Tampa. No alternate today. Pretty chill weather down there in Tampa. 2 hours and 46 minutes estimated time en route. And I guess we'll just start with our diff strip. So data, AC status, nav data is from the 23rd of March to 19 April. So it is current 19 April. So there will be a nav data change from Hamburg delivery. Okay, cool. So every time, when I'm doing these, especially when I fly the Airbus and I can see what the dates are on the nav data, I try to make a mental note of it because this is real nav data that mimics the real life stuff. So if there is this tells me that the nav data expires on the 19th of April, and I have an international delivery coming on the 29th of April, it's like, all right, cool. So I'm gonna have to like plan for that nav data change and revalidate any routes that we create for those Eurocontrol approved routes. So just notice something real quick. I changed the settings using the browser, but I don't think it worked. Yeah, it did not. Go around. Get all this stuff squared away. Sweet. Save. We'll just drop that in there. Okay. So anyways, data's current, so that's good. Init. Initialize request. Go. We are JetBlue 691. Cost index 15. Cruising flight levels will be 360. And our temperature is minus 55. Yeah. Triple pause 41,200 feet. Wind request. Get that data uplink. There it is. I don't know how much. Actually, I guess I can't really see. Y'all can at least see like typing on here, I guess. Cool. So that is. Let's go. Boston departure. So we do have our PDC. So let's check that out real quick before we go any further. Boston, PATS 6, PATS, climb via SID, spec 360, when's your midset departure? Departure is 34.7, squawk 7050. Ground on 21.9. Sweet. So based off of the ATIS, they're parting off runway 9, so we're gonna plug 9 in there. But I don't know if there it is. Pat 6 insert Tampa arrival. Planning ILS 19 left for now. And will they clear us on Dades 1? Yeah, so this should be the exact same total. Just want to make sure that everything coincides together. Nelly Bizx Q75. Yep, sweet. Dades 1. Mammoth. Approach via let's get us so if we got any good approach vias. Oh, duh, no via. Insert. Alright, so let's cross-check the route. So with the Claw, Fenway, Gillett, Wymph. So there's Pat's, Nelly, BizX. From there we're on Q75. So we are off of Q75. At Tuffle. Tuffle, then from there should be Mammoth Dades 1, which looks like it is. There's the Vector, Bucks, Cosme. Oh, cool. Secondary, copy the active. Plan a hold at Fenway. That'll be our engine out. Red nav, we'll hard tune Boston. Net, B page. Our plan 0 fuel weight 126.2. Standard CG of 30. Block fuel 21.6 is what we'll call it. Taxi fuel 0.5. Route reserve is 0. No alternate. Reserve fuel 3.5. Cool. So that's set up. So then we just need to get our actual numbers and then our takeoff performance numbers, and we'll be good there. Alright. Over to our charts again. Says climb via SID, so see what our initial climb altitude is. 5,000. $5,000's in there. Alright, let's pull the digital ATIS. For Bravo, winds 090 at 13 knots, 10 statute miles, overcast 22, temperatures 5, altimeter's 30, 37. Approaches, don't care about approaches, ILS from parting runway 9, sweets. Okay, so we got all that. Alright, let's get our shit tuned in. I'm gonna go So mine and Wylie's little that there. And then over here we're gonna put in our actual Boston Grounds 21.9. And then center's 34.7. Alright, so ground and center. And let's get VHF1, VHF1. Cool, so let's end to 1. WYLIE.
Gotcha, 5x5.
What is up, man? How's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
Oh, no complaints. Happy to be on the sim and not in stupid work meetings.
Oh, I feel that.
How you looking in the process?
I'll set the pushback to just step back and go set up, so we should be good to go if you're all good.
Sounds good. I still gotta get the APU going and all that stuff, but we aren't too far from getting out of here.
Sounds good. Did you want to push first or want me to push out first?
You can push.
Alright, I'll get that push started that way by the time you're done. Get out too.
FENIX. Okay. Sweet. Alright, so we'll do APU fire test before starting the APU. Looks good. Engine 1. Sweet. And engine 2. Sweet. Fire up that poo. Get that going.
Boston Ground spare wings 2329 at Bravo 38. We are looking to push back with information Bravo.
Spare wings 2329, push into the ramp at your discretion, advise ready for taxi.
Alright, into the ramp at my discretion, and I'll call you back. 329.
Alright, so while he's getting ready to push out, and we'll holler at ground here in a sec.
Boston Ground Caravan 05003 ready for taxi.
Drew Stone, what is up, dude? Check the. Oh, thank you. I'm actually gonna do that. You the man. You the man. Appreciate it. Cause you know damn good and well when we do our flight controls check, it would be fine, and when we come into land, it'll bite us in the ass.
You able to accept 4 left at Charlie?
Affirm.
Number 05003, runway 4 left at Charlie, taxiway Bravo Charlie.
It's like the airplane never even.
Charlie, taxi via Bravo and Charlie, Caravan 05003.
Ready. Let's go init, tab over. Our actual zero fuel weight's 126.2, which is in there with a CG of 29.5. Got that. Let's get our takeoff perf. Drive. Packs on. Flaps 1/up 0.1. Fuck off. 1/up 0.1. Flex temp 55. Engine out 1020. Same on the other side. And V speeds 33, 40, 40. Cool. That is set. Ready. So, little departure brief. All right. So look me a right seat departure. Let me operate the jetways. Me a right seat departure. Aircraft type say 320 for tail strike. Avoidance no MELs or CDLs that degrade the performance of the aircraft. It's going to be probably a single engine. Nah, we'll start both. Won't be too terribly long of a taxi. So zoom in. So our taxi route's gonna be probably Alpha. God, I can't even hardly see this. There's so much shit here. Alpha Kilo Mike, maybe. We got a hot spot at the intersection of like Alpha, Kilo, Bravo, Mike, all these different fucking intersections there. Let's see if he's pissing me off. So we got the hot spots. We have runway 4 left to somewhat cross. We'll be crossing on the back end of 4 left. Weather's no factor, terrain's no factor. Our emergency procedures before V1 be my decision to reject the takeoff, come please stop, set the parking brake, call the flights to their stations, analyze situation, call for any ECOM actions, and emergency evacuation checklist as required. After V1, we're going to fire engine out procedure to go hold at Fenway. We'll speed up, clean up engine outs 10-20. MSL, we
Alpha Kilo Mike, hold short 4 left for JetBlue 1303.
We are over our max landing weight. If we need to come back, it'll be an overweight landing. And if we come back, it'll probably, I don't know. Probably runway 4 right. Info Charlie, winds 110 at 15. Blah, blah, blah. 530, 34. Alrighty, if all goes as planned, we're going to fly the PAT 6 departure top altitude 5,000 feet and get our squawk code in there of, what is it, 7050? 7050. Sweet. Alright, before start checklist. Let's see if I have it in here. Nope. Alright, before start checklist, maintenance log entails onboard check, cover press complete, gear pins covers are removed, signs are in on auto, ADIRs. Data, IRS monitor, we got 3 greens. Fuel, min required is 21.1, we've got 21.5, so we're pushing on that. Altimeter is 3034 set, EFB's check, one door slides closed and armed. Get the main cockpit door closed. Beacons on, throw server is an idle, parking brakes on, transponder is an auto. Before start checklist is complete. Boston ground, JetBlue 691, ready to push and start. Information, Charlie. Oh, they gone now, motherfuckers.
JetBlue 691, Boston ground, very good evening. Pushing to the ramp is at your discretion, advise ready to taxi.
Push that at our discretion and we'll advise ready to taxi JetBlue 691. Alright, what we got going on behind us? I guess the dinghickey was already pushed. Or the jetway. Ground services. Why is the door still open? Toggle jetway. Alright. I'm
JetBlue 961, just giving you a heads up. You have a Spirit Wings A320 sitting behind you on the ramp as well.
No worries, we got him. He's actually, we're flying with him. Okie doke. I'm gonna push with this so that we don't have any issues.
Hang ground, serving 2329. We pushed up data to Charlie, we're ready to taxi.
Spirit
Let's go.
Wing
Brakes release.
2329,
Push them back.
thank you for Charlie, runway 9er, taxi at Alpha, Kilo Mike, full short 4 left.
Alpha Kilo Mike 10-9, 4 short 4 left. Kilo. Serving 2329.
November 050.
All right, rolling 1.
In JetBlue 1303, you can contact Boston Center 134.7. Have a great flight.
Contacting Boston 1303, or sorry, 3474, JetBlue 1303.
November 05003, Boston crew.
No, bro, let me push you. Alright, I want to stop here. And set the parking brake. Go away, we don't need you. Alright, we'll do a single engine taxi so we can get going behind WYLIE over there. Good start on 1. Clear out these messages. Load sheet, accept. Cool. Flight plan, and we'll put perf over here. Cool. So after start flow, mode selector to normal, arm spoilers, reset rudder trim, flaps 1.
And ground, serving 2329, we're showing hold with an American pushing out on the Alpha.
In Spirit Wing 2329, roger.
Alrighty.
American 914 Boston crew.
Sounds like they're waiting on that gas. We'll go ahead and roll 2.
American 914 Boston crew.
He said, nah. Won't be needing that. Good start on 2. Alrighty. I think we're about ready to go. I'm gonna type this shit down because I'm sure I'm gonna need it. Boston ground, JetBlue 691, ready taxi.
JetBlue 961 Boston ground, Sophomore Charlie 20, please.
Alright, you say it's now JetBlue 691.
JetBlue 961 negative.
So I'm JetBlue 691. Are you showing me as 961?
Or JetBlue 691, my apologies. Yeah, sorry, I got your call sign mixed up. Yeah, I still don't see you squawking with Charlie there.
I'll just stay by. Like that. Alright, Boston ground, JetBlue 691. Should see it now. I guess auto doesn't work. It has to be in on position.
In JetBlue 691, no problem. Runway 9er, let's see here. Card, stand by.
Shh, I hate it when she does it. It's like, you need to hurry up, they're slow.
JetBlue 691, sorry about that. Just getting some confusion fixed up here. Runway 9er, text by a Charlie Bravo Kilo Mike, hold short 4 left.
Alright, we'll taxi to runway 9, Charlie Bravo Kilo Mike, short of 4 left for JetBlue 691. No worries, I was looking at the chart and it looks kind of confusing as well. Alrighty, over to charts.
Spirit waiting 2329, I'll try and get you moving here soon. I'm not getting anything back from the pilot in front of you.
Oh, no worries. He's not in front of me. He's inside me now. So.
Boston Ground, American 914 on taxiway Alpha, requesting permission to taxi.
American 914.
Alrighty.
Boston Ground, just to clarify, did you receive pushback permission from the other ground controller?
Brake check. Pressure.
I did not
0.
have my speaker set correctly for the headphones.
American 914, no worries. If you could squawk 1330 for me, please. 1330.
American 914, squawk 1330.
Pull my Navigraph charts. They're a little bit better than what's on.
In November 47346, Boston Ground, you with me?
Alright, so he said Charlie Bravo. So we're on. No. Alright, so there's Charlie.
47348, Boston Ground, you with me?
Charlie Bravo Kilo Mike. Okay, I see.
47348, Boston Ground, welcome to Boston. Taxi to signature. Make a right onto Bravo, cross 15 right.
Let's get rid of all this other.
Bravo and cross 15 right, 248.
American 914, runway 9er, text by Alpha Kilo Mike, hold short 4 left.
Roger, American 914, taxi by Alpha, Kilo, hold short of Mike.
American 914, that's going to be Alpha Kilo Mike, hold short 4 left.
Apologies. Taxi via Alpha, Kilo, Mike, hold short.
Alright, mini brief. We are departing runway 9. Gross weight's 147.6. Flaps config 1 plus F. Fuel's 21.4. V1's 133. V2's 140. Top altitude's 5,000 feet. 5,000's blue. And our first fix is claw. We'll get a flight controls check here in a minute. Actually, we'll go ahead. Clear left. We got WYLIE stuck over there on the right. And let's go flight controls check. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral rudder. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Flight controls checks completes. Clear left. Clear right. I don't see the American guy that they're talking about. Alrighty.
American 914, if I could actually have you hold short of Bravo on Kilo for me, please.
Before takeoff flow.
American 914, hold short of Bravo on Kilo.
American 914, once the JetBlue A320, he's right off your left wing there, passes on to turning on a Kilo, you can continue taxi.
Roger, continue taxi after the JetBlue.
I don't see any of these people they're talking about.
914.
Oh, we got WYLIE racing us. Alright, so we got Echo up here on our left, and then it's going to be Kilo, and we're going to hold short of 4 left. Before takeoff checklist, to the line, gross weight comparison complete, pitch trim is 29.5% CG set, V1, VRV2 flex. So 130, 140, 140 flex, 55, flaps config, 1 F, flight instruments checked, flight controls checked, ECAM memo takeoff all green, ECAM status is checked. Predicted wind shears on auto, TCAS code set TR, ECAM cruise advised mini briefs complete before takeoff to the lines completes. Alrighty, so here is Echo.
In JetBlue 691, you can contact Boston Center on 134.7. Have a great night.
34-7, have a great night as well, JetBlue 691. Alright, let's hold right here. Set the parking brakes. Boston Center, JetBlue 691's holding short, runway 4 left, with taxi instructions to hold short, Kilo Mike to 9.
JetBlue 691, cross runway 4 left at Kilo, right turn Mike.
Cross 4 left at Kilo, right turn Mike, JetBlue 691.
November 49er, descend maintain 3000, fly present heading.
3,000 feet, present heading, November 49.
Boston JetBlue 1303 requesting 5.
JetBlue 1303, approved.
Clear on the approach.
We'll call back.
Clear down the runway.
Northwest 390, cleared, leave my airspace, Cleveland Center is closed, frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved, Northwest 393. Thanks a lot, bye-bye.
Here is runway 9, we're going to hold short. Finalize our
November 351,
last checklist.
Left downwind, runway 6 in Bradley.
Alrighty. Before takeoff below the line, takeoff runway 9 is confirmed. Fuel min is 20.
Boston Center,
20.1. We got 21.3 on board.
Runway
Engine mode selector is normal, lead packs are set. I'm holding short of 9.
American 914, Boston Center, cross runway 4 left at Kilo, right turn Mike.
Roger, American 914, continue on Kilo, cross runway 4, on to Mike.
So JetBlue 691, wind 11015, runway 9, eclipse takeoff.
Clear for takeoff runway 9 for JetBlue 691.
Runway 49, turn right heading 330.
Could you repeat that heading, sir?
Right heading 330.
330 it is, November 49.
Alrighty, folks, let's get underway.
7 over Robbinsville, flight level 350.
Clear approach. Clear down the runway. Who's ready to go to sunny and warm Tampa?
San Fairbanks 2329, short of 4 left at Boston.
And bye.
Man, flex SRS, auto thrust blue. It's been a minute since I've flown some bus. 100 knots. There's V1. Rotate. Positive brake gear up. We're nabbing.
American 657, 10 miles northeast of Robbinsville, flight level 350. American 914, cross 10X.
Acceleration climb altitude, on nose her down, accelerate. Thrust climb, climb.
American 914, clear for takeoff. Contact Boston Center 133.0.
Negative. Just hold position now, 10X departure 133.0. We get another guy coming on.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
So JetBlue 691, you radar contact, stay altitude.
1.9 for 5,000, JetBlue 691.
JetBlue 691, taxi, maintain level 360.
I'm maintain level 360, JetBlue 691. Nope. Wasn't what I wanted to do, but okay, autopilot's on.
Here 976, the Cape altimeter is 3027, expect runway 6.
Have the altimeter, expect runway 6.
Slow acceleration. Alright, there is S-speed, flap 0, speed checks, flap 0, after takeoff checklist.
1303, Rogerton.
Gear up, flap tractor lead packs are set. AP's off.
211 Tango Romeo, just requesting what approach to expect for Burlington.
After takeoff checklist complete.
Standby, Airbridge cargo 3772, descend at pulse, discretion, maintain flight level 240.
Descend with me, maintain flight level 240, average 3772.
And we're at 211 Tango Romeo, you can expect the ILS runway 15 approach, the Burlington altimeter
Boston approach, 33.0.
3007.
We'll expect ILS runway 15. Thanks so much for that. You're over 211 Tango Romeo.
And we're at 211 Tango Romeo, descend at pulse, discretion, maintain flight level 110. Power correction,
Pilot discretion down to 110. November 211 Tango Romeo.
Boston Center, November 49, I believe I've gone through localizers.
November 49, yeah, sorry about that. It's a little crazy with the controller change. I'm going to have you turn left heading 200 and contact approach 133.0.
220 and heading, contacting approach. November 49.
That's under 213. Verify clear for the ILS for it.
Whoa. Pretty that is. Yes, sir. Alright. Kill that camera.
What's calling?
ProFlight 213, verify clear for the ILS for it.
ProFlight 213, Echo, she cleared LS for right approach.
Coming up on Winnie, and we're cleared for the approach, 213.6.
ProFlight 213, you contact approach 133.0.
33 nothing, we'll see you at 213.
And Center Survey 2229, we contact departure for takeoff.
All right.
Yeah, departure frequency.
We're gonna be
133 point. Wait, yeah, is that called Spirit Wing?
Yeah, that was Survey 2329. I was told to come over to you, but departure's online. I'll go over to them and contact you later.
Spirit Wing 2329, yeah, thanks. 1330.
33, thank you.
Boston Center, United 67, ready to taxi to runway 28, right?
Oh man. Sometimes I just hate flying VATSIM on stream because I just feel like it's hard to talk with y'all.
Charlie Romeo, taxi.
Altimeter at Alpha when able, and I'm requesting the VR Alpha approach.
You're 406 Charlie Romeo, Roger, expect that.
It's just there's a lot going on in the headset.
United 87 negative, or United 67 negative, that was not for you. Stand by.
Turn these folks down.
Oh, sorry about that.
United 67, runway 28.
Because they probably won't talk to me again until we're getting out of their airspace. You gotta love Microsoft Flight Sim. That's pretty.
Taxi Alpha, cross runway 15, United 67.
Alright, so I'll make sure that I'm staying on this, I'm listening to 23.88 in case WYLIE hollers at me. I'm sure we won't chat a whole lot until we're probably out of Boston's airspace. But whenever we get out of the airspace, so just a little bit of background on WYLIE for those of y'all who are just joining us. WYLIE, for those of you who fly Virtual Spirit, WYLIE is the author of all those super high fidelity kick-ass livery, Spirit liveries that have all the weight placards on the inside, the fin placards, the cell call placards, the fin placard on the door, all the Spirit branding, the realistic interior, like the seats and whatnot. He is the guy who painted all of those. So kick-ass on that. Also, though, he is finishing up his ratings. It's about to, I believe, get ready for his CF5. So if any of y'all out there want to be real-life pilots, whenever we get to chatting with him in a minute, if you have any questions, you can field them to me, and I'll ask him. But we plan on having a little bit of just a little conversation, just a little back and forth, kind of like a pilot's perspective versus a dispatcher's perspective, stuff like that. So we're going to chat once things calm down a little bit. Out of Boston, we've had ground, we've had departure and approach, we've got center. So it's just a little bit busy right now, but we are going to chat with him once we get a little bit down the road. We do have almost 3 hours of flight time, so we've got plenty of time. So getting back up to the chat, sorry to ignore you guys. As y'all could tell, it was a little busy, and I am not the best at navigating on the ground, so I wanted to make sure that I had my attention on the taxiing. But anyway, so scrolling back up a bit, man, there's a lot in chat. Back on, there we go. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and switch to standard so that we can get those nice wing views back. Man, just can't beat Microsoft Flight Sim. And I'll have to jump back in the cockpit in a second too to turn on that engine NAI as we get ready to go through this high level layer.
Great, maintaining the setting down to 2000.
I guess we'll actually go ahead and do it now because we're not too far from it. Sweet. And there's 18,000. Just trying to get, just so that y'all can. I want to do something creative with something else to do with this camera. So what would y'all prefer to see? Would you prefer to, like, maybe if I put the camera over by the throttle and kind of like try to get a view of the McDo so you can see as I'm typing in, or would you prefer maybe like a view on the side stick? What would y'all, or actually while we're en route, maybe put the camera over here, because I will be doing some typing in a little bit as we go through our hat flow for all of our prelim arrival stuff, and then I could move the camera over to the side stick for the landing. Not that there's a whole lot to watch. I mean, it is an Airbus, but maybe we try that. So let me kill these cameras real quick, and like, you know, dizzy and stuff. Figure out how in the hell I can get this.
November 406 Chicago. What is the altimeter at Albany?
Yeah, 406 Romeo, sorry, it's 3012.
3012, not a problem.
Boston Center 18, Navy 1103, requesting I-4 to Albany for I-4.
Navy 1103 Boston Center,
So we'll just do it. this way because I won't need to mess with the throttle. Not that y'all can see what I'm talking about.
Center serving 2329 back with you, 10,000.
Serving 2329 above, center 20K above 360.
360 2329.
Sweet. Alright, let's see what y'all think about that.
Boston Center,
Bam!
United 7.
Now you can actually see the throttle and the, more importantly, the McDo.
Ready for takeoff.
So that's something. Alright, so we'll quickly go through the hat flow real quick, and we'll be able to sit and chat for a while. So, hat flow, when you draw it out, it's flight plan, radnav, prog, perf, fuel prediction, secondary. So that kind of draws out a hat, if you will. So we'll start with flight plan. We're already on it, so we'll go to the first fix, hit fix info, and we're going to put in KTPA 19 left, and we're going to put in a 5-mile range ring. So we got that. Coming over to our next fix, we're going to take our final approach fix on the approach for 19 left, which is says Bucks, but I thought there was one other before that. All right, back to flight plan. Coming up. So there's 19 left, and there's Cosme. I don't know why Cosme's not showing up on the approach plate. That's what we'll use. So, flight plan, PATS, fix info, we'll tab over Cosme. First one looks good. And then we're going to put in the reciprocal heading for this runway. So opposite, which is 007. Put that in. Bam. So that's going to draw out our extended center line for runway 19 left. Next is going to be radnav. If we wanted to hard tune something, we could. We'll probably wait till we get closer. But we'll put in probably St. Petersburg whenever we get down there, which is PIE. So we'll leave this how it is for now. Prog page, KTPA 19 left. Drop that here. This will give us our exact distance to the threshold of the runway in a straight line. So right now we're exactly 990 miles from the threshold of 19 left. Perf page. This is where we're going to put in our preliminary information, and we'll keep updating this as come on. We'll keep updating it. Did my internet really go down? God damn it.
United 67 at 4,000 feet. At flight level 40.
American 656, maintain grid settings and maintain 5,000. How's it heading up?
Big 37.
United 6 up back, 20 radar contact, clear rate to taxi, maintain 7.
United 67 going to Pataki, flight level 230.
Cargo 37 from me, can I stop for the approach 133.0 today?
Over to approach 1330, Everett 3772, you have a good night.
Walker 741, descend across the stretch and maintain flight level 240. Region 159, inland airspace near the bridge. Proximity is smooth. just going to maintain 3,000. The American 657 makes up 4,000 magnitude. American 657 landing 360 on both sides. 360 is a jump right. United 67, leave my airspace, New York Center is closed, frequency magnitude.
United 67, frequency change, approved. Bye.
American 9731, descend via the robust pre-arrival, runway 4 right, Boston altimeter 3034.
Alright, are we back? I think we're back.
Southwest 613.
Let's see.
Southwest 613, weather runway heading is 1309 and runway 33, good takeoff.
Think we're back.
Good takeoff, Southwest 613.
Yeah, we back. Sweet. Okay. That's some bullshit. I even reset my internet before starting the stream. Alrighty. Let me reset this. Chat. Alright.
We're on it.
Back. Sweet. Okay. Back where we were at. Get Army Tar. Actually could have got off the EFB. Cool. So, next part of our hat flow is make sure we can actually see. Yeah, okay, it's working. All right, so we'll put in our weather information. 120 at 7.
Over to Cleveland Center, 119.
Temperature is 32. It's fucking hot. Altimeter
Center, hello, good afternoon.
3007.
JetBlue 170, with you, follow 370.
Minimums 200 feet. We'll put that in radio since we're flying an ILS at precision approach.
We are 31 nautical miles from Bex.
Fuel prediction page. Showing we got 3,200 pounds of extra gas, gives us 43 minutes, estimated to land at 6.7 fuel on board. Secondary flight plan, we can delete that one. I'm going to copy the active, and we're going to put in 19 right, just in case we need it. Days 1 still in there with the BAMF transition. Looks good. And that is our hat flow. And we are set up for the arrival. Again, that's preliminary, so we're going to change that as the flight progresses.
Center, good afternoon. American 1776, flight level 350.
Delta 226, descend and maintain flight level 230.
Recommended max, yes, we're too heavy. So we're not trying to get up a little bit higher than this stuff, but we're a little too heavy. Seatbelt sign coming off. And we're almost out of his airspace.
This is American 1776 checking in.
Cool.
Level 350.
And then every time we need to mess around with something in the McDo, we'll turn the camera back on.
American 1776, descend and maintain flight level 230.
Going to maintain flight level 230, American 1776.
So anyways, guys, sorry about the hiccup in the stream. Lost internet there for a sec. Had to reset the modem and the router. But we are back. Fortunately, hopefully it doesn't happen again. But who knows? But yeah. So guys, thank y'all for sticking it out with me. Appreciate the patience. Shaq asks if I'm working Saturday night. I am. Working Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Unfortunately. Zach's got some naders and some storms headed his way. I would say so. You got a lot of shit headed your way. A lot of Atlanta friends flying.
Walker 741 descend by the Ocean 5 arrival, runway 4 right, velocity altimeter 3034.
His radio sounds like shit.
I'll descend to the Ocean 5 for 4 right for walking.
Alright, so I'm going to scroll back up into the chat. I don't want to miss anything as best that I can. Looks like I probably missed a bunch of stuff. Either because taxiing is a critical phase, especially at busy airports, or just the old way of doing things. Not sure. Maybe Blake knows. So, Andrew, if you're still here, what is that in regards to? You're talking about taxiing is a critical phase, especially at busy airports, or it's just the old way of doing things? What's this we're talking about? Probably a little of both. True. A lot of both. Yep. Jeff, you should fly a fighter jet. I'm not crazy about fighter jets in this sim. If I'm going to fly fighters, I'll fly them in DCS. But I fly fighters in virtual reality, and virtual reality is not the best content to show as far as stock. I don't know if there's like software and stuff that can make it less jittery and whatnot for the viewers, but you know, when you fly in VR, everything is kind of shaky for y'all on the screen, whereas for me everything looks great, and you know, it's VR. So yeah, but maybe at some point, maybe like me and Shaq will fly, and if Shaq wants to be, like be Justice again and transport some prisoners, maybe I'll jump in an F-15 or something like that and fly on his wing and kind of escort him. We could always do that. That'd be a lot of fun.
Delta 226, let's make that 300 knots if you can.
Joe says, time to drive home. Taking y'all for the ride. Nice. Hopefully we're not too loud in your car speakers.
November 211 Tango Romeo, I'm sorry, I'm vexing you all over the place.
So, Kovaci, I think that's how you'd say your name, right? Kovaci Florin? Am I saying that right?
No problem.
But hello to you as well, my friend. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. Hope you are enjoying the intermittent content as our internet is a little spotty today. Jay, what's up, dude? I'm assuming you're probably working another afternoon shift. So Kovaci, we are flying from Boston down to Tampa, Florida. And just to give you all an idea of the temperature difference, it's 5 degrees in Boston and 32 degrees Celsius in Tampa. It is quite chilly in Boston and hot as hell in Tampa where we're going. I'm definitely late on these messages. 20 likes before takeoff, and I'm just now getting these messages. Or Blake goes back to the gate. Dude, wouldn't that be some shit? That'd just be one way to like get dislikes versus likes. All people are ready.
Navy 1103, clear to the Albany Airport for...
You'll eat clam chowder till you're blue in the face. I'd rather have me some lobster. Eating the rear. So it was Wiley. It was kind of weird because I couldn't see that dude. He wasn't showing up for me. Like I was watching you, but there was nobody in front of you. I'm sure you probably saw it on the stream. It's kind of weird, but I am getting a lot of messages on.
American 9731, connect Boston approach 133.0.
That was weird.
Connect Boston approach 133.0.
Oh, now New York Center's on. Alright, yeah, we're definitely in New York. Airspace. New York's 2532.
Doing 2329, that's going to maintain flight level 210.
32.
Actually, disregard it, the runner goes.
Pilot for 1034. Southwest 1227, ILS runway 4. Southwest 1227, ILS runway 4 at LaGuardia today.
New York Center JetBlue 691, flight level 360.
JetBlue 691, New York, hello, radar contact, flight level 360, welcome aboard.
Thanks, sir. Alright, I hate being a pop-up like that.
The 1200 clearance available.
So it was really weird. Obviously when the internet went out, we disconnected from VATSIM, but we were still hearing everybody. And so I look up at vPilot, and it showed we were not connected, but yet we were hearing everyone. It's really weird. So when I finally noticed that, I was like, shit, we're gonna connect, and then all of a sudden we're gonna be a pop-up in his airspace, and kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Let's clear out this message. Let's go menu, Atsu.
American 9206.
AOC menu, received messages, JetBlue Ops. Took a 16-minute delay. Gotta figure out why. We're gonna tell them why. This is what's called a delay report. We do these in real life, although it's done a little bit differently. So we'll just call it. We'll put it on WYLIE. We'll say the alley was blocked. So let's see. Start of indirect slot, departure runway change, loading air. Systems, no. Tug broken, no.
United 67, New York.
We'll do other. Alright, so coming back down here. AOC menu.
Center Spirit Wings 2329.
ADC delay. Delay code
A329, New York, hello.
TH for other.
Virgin 159 heavy, turn right.
16 minutes.
Yeah.
Alley. Blocked. Could not push.
Southwest 1227, roger, descend and maintain 10,000.
Shoot that off. We'll get a message here in just a sec. We'll see company message.
Southwest 1227, descend and maintain 10,000.
Alright, there it is. Receive messages. JetBlue Ops. ADC received.
Southwest 1227,
Go.
descend to 10,000.
Back to the chat, and then we're gonna start talking with WYLIE here in a sec. Nasty weather in Ohio Valley, low vis in New York City. Should be a wonderful night. Oh yeah, it's gonna be, dude. Tonight's gonna be like dog shit. You are gonna have. I mean, shit. Did you see the? I don't know how far west y'all fly, but did you see the FCA? I don't know if it's still out there or not. Google. I'm gonna show y'all something pretty interesting. Let's see if they still have it listed. No, no more FCAs. Never mind. So there was an FCA flow control area that spanned across the south central part of the United States, which I've never seen before. I need to check on my parents, make sure all's good.
Virgin 159 heavy, descend and maintain 2,000.
My family's getting some bad weather right now. I don't look that bad. So my family lives right up in here.
New York, hello, radar contact on maintain, flight 23023.
Yeah, it's not bad. Finally airborne, talk to you soon, damn right. Peace, Boston. 18 watch, we need 4 more likes to get to 18. Let's go, make it 18 for 18. Damn right. Which I'm pretty sure we've surpassed that. Let's see. Let's refresh. We've got 22 likes, 21 folks watching. We're hot right now. That's real good for my channel. Little does he know his internet is still working.
United 69, New York.
Was it still working?
United 67, New York.
No, I guess because everybody's saying rip. Oop, now it's gone. Yeah. He Will said he flipped the taped light switch. Oh, that's funny.
369 Tango Juliet, New York.
Where'd he go? Oh yeah, so while the internet was down, I was waiting for it to reset. I ran into the bathroom. I drank coffee earlier, and it hit right as the internet. Maybe it was meant to be. I think the internet helped me out in that regard. I had to go use the toilet.
Heavy, turn right, heading 270. Right, 270, pushing left, stay. Delta 1200, can you accept that route?
Oh yeah, we can. Oh, that's 200.
Delta 1200, roger, give me 1 second here.
Did not still see you. I can hear ATC say something. Okay, I see what y'all talking about. Yeah, and so I usually do turn VATSIM down a little bit during en routes because
Delta 1034 to send and maintain.
I'm trying to talk with y'all, and like I'm the type of person that when I have someone talking in my ear, if I hear somebody else talking, like I struggle to talk myself. I can't keep my brain. So, and I probably sound like I'm yelling right now because it's kind of loud in my head. So yeah, I usually try to turn it down a bit in route so that I can actually talk with y'all.
Expect flight level 350 in 10 minutes. Departures with me. Squawk 7101.
So Captain Sleep asked, "Nice Benner, is that from Volanta?" It is.
I'm sorry about that.
It's the Volanta overlay for streaming. Whoops. But I just made some.
Can you refollow that flight plan, please? Then
Made some custom color so that it would match my channel.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
67 New York. Hello, sir. Been looking for you. Score 3464 identity.
Say it again.
Painful.
Number
3464.
Andrew Divers, Captain only taxing. Not at wrong side channel, it ain't, son. And we're flying JetBlue, so you don't know what their SOPs are.
Turn right, headed 310.
Negative. That was only free Virgin 159 heavy.
Nope, not bad at all. New York Center online now, yeah.
Speed 210.
Jet Kid, what's up, dude? Are you back in the States yet, or are you still down in Guayaquil?
American 9206, Washington's offline.
Blame it on the ground crew. I usually do blame it on the ground crew. Need some cool storm photos. Yeah, for sure.
Maintain 10,000.
Is it just me, or is like, especially for my moderators, Wes, Zach, Drew? Have y'all noticed that like the sex bot messages have like out of nowhere, like they just all disappeared? Ah, you're in Richmond now. Nice. Maybe we should get some DCS in tonight.
Yeah, 67, thank you. Which
Get a
runway
little,
would you like?
little Hornet
At the airport
action.
of arrival.
Runway 13.
Georgia 129 heavy 10 right, 8010 from the pleasure.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of really like this livery.
Very good afternoon, President Flight 39, High Miami.
Stand by. Virgin 129, you
Let's
frozen
do
there,
this.
everything okay?
Yeah, looks like we're gonna make it to the
Virgin 129, no worries. Turn right, heading 090, Jonah localizer 4A. Delta 1034, descend and maintain 4,000 once the speed's back.
Station 210 down to 4. 1034.
Southwest 1227, descend and maintain 8,000.
There's so many different ATCs on right now.
Okay, United 67, you said you went runway 31?
Correct.
United 67, roger that, thanks. Expect the visual approach, runway 31.
They've all disappeared. What disappeared?
Repeat that again.
United 67, sliding 130, descend and maintain 6,000.
No, like we were talking about Captain only text. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, and
Virgin 129,
guess it's
I'm not sure where you're going, sir.
maybe it's not realistic based off of
Virgin 129 heavy right
like
back.
my channel or whatever.
I'm not trying to be difficult, but I gave that heading to you like 30 seconds ago, and you're on a 030 heading right now. Virgin 129 heavy, approach clearance is canceled. Turn right, heading 1.
Yeah, well, it definitely is popping off.
3,000.
People can't fly headings right, I guess.
Delta 1034 direct bang.
Shaq asked if there was a tiller on the FO side, and it started the conversation about why airliners do captain-only taxiing.
Southwest 1227, descend and maintain 7,000.
So, there is a tiller on the FO side. At my company, it's captain-only taxiing. So whenever it's the FO's leg, when it's the FO's leg, he'll handle all of the flows and checklists and stuff while taxiing. Then once they enter the runway, then he'll take over. But I'm pretty sure I've seen our FOs, like the captain like enters the runway and is like, all right, your controls. So then the FO takes the tiller and lines up on the runway. But I've also seen it too where enter the runway, the captain gets lined up, then hands the controls to the FO. But predominantly it is captain only taxiing. Like officially it's captain only, but I've seen some instances where the FO turns the airplane a little bit.
Where are you going?
To Mama's house.
United 67, Boeing 310, flight level 6,000.
Roger, United 67, it was 130 on the heading, 130 southeast bound towards the airport. United 67 turn right turn all the way around. Heading
almost, like we're this close to getting out of this guy's airspace. Look at this. Give us like 20 to the left and we'd be out.
That's Mike.
Oh god, there it goes. Yeah, so we're like flying parallel
Delta 1034,
to DC Center.
Bang at or above 3,000, clear Dallas, runway 4 approach.
But we'll be out of it here pretty soon.
Bang at or above 3, clear Dallas 4.
And then we can talk to WYLIE. I wouldn't be able to listen to him and listen to this shit at the same time.
1034.
Frontier flight 2879. Just confirm you want 380 as your final?
I want your mama's house is my final. Anyways.
Frontier flight 2879, Roger, thanks.
I think me and Zach scared him. No shit. Oh no, the nasty socks need to be repping those pinstripes. I'll tell you now, I'm not a MLB fan, so I can be unbiased and just enjoy a pretty livery for a pretty livery. I don't give two shits about the major league. My favorite part about it, I like the tone of gray, kind of like this mattish type gray, and then I also really like the cockpit eyebrow. It's very much like not Frontier. It's very much like Air Canada's. So I like it more for that reason. Obviously, couldn't get two shits about the Boston Red Sox, and I only flew this because we were taking off out of Boston. I need an LSU livery. That's what I need. Hell, you can almost make it like a Spirit livery because it's purple and gold. Predominantly, you can make it predominantly gold. But need some LSU Tigers. I mean, it's not realistic. LSU does have some airplanes. Obviously, they're GA, but I don't know if purple and gold would look very good on an airplane, unless it was predominantly white with some purple and a little bit of gold. Then that might look good. But as you can see, I got my little LSU helmet up there. But they have a white version of that helmet, and I do plan on getting one. I should have had it by now, but just didn't want to spend the money.
Thank you.
We got 24 people watching. Hell yeah. Everybody who is watching, thank you so much for coming to hang out with us this afternoon. We'll get out of New York Center here pretty soon and get to hang out with WYLIE and chat with him. We're going to have a little discourse, a little back and forth on like pilot's perspective versus dispatch perspective. How would pilots and dispatch resolve scenarios? And also, if any of y'all want to become a pilot, WYLIE is finishing up his ratings. He's about to get his CFI. So if any of you have any questions in that regard, this will be a great time. You can put them in the chat, and then I'll funnel those questions to him. Let's see. YouTube dealt with the porn bots around Christmas. Okay, cool. Fucking porn bots. I mean, if the porn bots could actually produce, like if they could like, hey, you know, $25, come here for a good time, like, maybe I wouldn't mind them being in my chat. I think we could all benefit from that. But they don't. It's just stupid messages, so. Don't threaten me with a good time. Well, you just got threatened, sir. I think we should fly some Hornets tonight. I'm getting a little horny for some Hornets. That's funny. Wally said, I love when I am trying to listen to the stream and New York Center is popping off. Yeah. It's hard to, like, I don't know how pilots do it. They listen to like 2 frequencies at once and listen to an ATIS while you got, like, you're on an active frequency. I don't know how.
New York Center, am I landing 1-3 or 3-1?
I assume that's United States.
And it's that just a company SOP, or is this standard in the US? I think it's company SOP. I've seen plenty of other airlines where, maybe not necessarily in the US, but I've seen other airlines where the FO can use a tiller and taxi. But maybe it's more of a standard thing in the States. I'm not sure. I'll have to chat with some of my pilot buddies and see what they got to say about it.
360 to maintain 5,000.
Head 360.
What's going on, my friend? Read my name, you will make my birthday. Cool, I hope I just made your birthday. But welcome aboard, my friend. Thanks for coming to hang out with us. Welcome to the Wrong Side Simulations channel. A little bit of a background on myself since you just joined. My name is Blake, and I am a manager of flight dispatch at a U.S. major airline. And
Great, thank you.
I do struggling. And specialize in Airbus. At my airline, we fly an all Airbus fleet, so this is airplane of my specialty. And with that, I'm a little bit obsessed with Airbus. So we got the nice Airbus McDo, Airbus throttle. We've also got some. We got some other stuff over here. Some nice toys. We got the FS Projects 1-for-1 Airbus side stick along with the Cat 3 design 1-for-1 Airbus tiller. So we try to keep it slightly real over here on the Wrong Side channel. And if y'all want the doll cam, there's the doll cam. She's just staring at me like, what the fuck, bro? Why you got me on the camera? But well, welcome, my friend, and happy birthday to you. Hope you're having a great day. Maybe get some birthday money. Alright, so I'm kind of listening out for our call sound. We're about to be out of his airspace.
I think Delta 1034, welcome to LaGuardia. Take the right there on Quebec. Join Bravo.
The champ said, I am struggling with the flare and land. I need to learn to look down at the end of the runway. Do you have any suggestions on mastering the short field and soft landing?
Go ahead.
Delta 1034. Runway inside less than
for a short field, once you have the airfield in sight, once you have the runway in sight, and like you're close enough to like you got a really good gauge on it, you want to point your airplane towards the piano keys, towards the threshold of the runway, and that'll help you compensate for the flare, which I do this on every landing, whether it's short field or not. You didn't say my name.
New York Center, United 67 at 6,000, heading 220.
United 67, thank you. Turn left, heading 210, descend and maintain 4,000.
Come on, man. Hand me over to Unicom. Be out of your
Say that again on the heading.
Out of your chatter.
United 67, turn left, heading 210, descend and maintain 4,000.
Heading 210, descending to 4,000.
Stand by. D-Champ.
Freebird 7 Whiskey, New York, good evening. American 527, clearance available, advise, ready to copy.
527.
American 527, clear to
so anyways, point your airplane towards the threshold of the runway, towards the piano keys. So that way when you flare, naturally in the flare you're going to float just a little bit, and that'll help give you a little bit more runway for stopping distance. For a short field, you don't want to try to make it smooth. You don't want to try to butter it at all. You want to almost put it down like a Hornet on a carrier. For non-short field landings, you want to start your flare at 30 feet. So when you hear 30, start pulling back on the stick. That's when the airplane is going to enter flare mode.
JetBlue 691, enjoy the flight to Tampa. DC is offline. Unicom is 122.8. We'll see you.
Over to Unicom. Thanks for the ATC services. Have a great day. JetBlue 691.
So, Wings 2329. Enjoy the.
And he's coming over as well. So let's. So we got 23.8 up. So we're going to switch over to here. We can still. Oh yeah, we're on beach F2. There we go. I can still hear Unicom, and if I need to talk to them, then I'll just switch over. But we are going to be transmitting on 23.8. So anyways, you'll flare at 30 feet. So you hear 30, 50, 40, 30. Start pulling back, and then when you hear retard, put the airplane into idle, and then just hold that flare. And that should allow you to come down. Now, if you're trying to like be ultra buttery smooth with it, then obviously just kind of feather that stick. But for like most realistic landings, like pilots in real life, airline pilots are not shooting for like the most ultra buttery smooth, because that's going to result in you floating. You're using up runway. You want to try to touch down on that touchdown zone. We got the nice thick bars, right? So that's really what they're aiming at. If it's smooth and they're in that spot, that's a perfect landing to a pilot. It's not necessarily like how buttery smooth you can make it. Obviously, we want to try to make it comfortable for everyone. At my airline, and this is a landing technique that I've learned from talking to chief pilots and pilots in my airline, and how we train it. But for the most part, when you hear 30 feet, start pulling back. Nice, gradual, not too much. Because the Airbus, it's flare mode. It goes into the flare mode to compensate for that pilot reflex of wanting to really yank back on the stick and really get that nose up. So the airplane, actually, like if you want to flare, the airplane would do this into the ground because it's going into flare mode. So as you're pulling back, it's kind of nosing down a little bit to fight you from floating too much. So yeah, 30, start your flare. When you hear retard, go into idle. And just hold that pitch attitude until you settle down on the runway. Practice that and let me know how it turns out for you. Yeah, and always. So Captain Shaquille Oatmeal up in the chat talk about a great community. He's got an awesome community, awesome channel. In fact, I put his channel. Sorry, I didn't see this earlier. I put his channel in the description below as well. I think maybe even his Discord. But as you said, you found it. But if you need like the Discord and that kind of stuff, should be able to find it in my description below. But for every one of my streams, I always put his information on mine because him and I are good friends, and my channel wouldn't be where it's at if it wasn't for him. So try to pay that forward back to him. Let's see, there's the captain. So, am I American? I am American. Very American. America. Got 2 hours. And so, yeah, we it is going to take. We probably do have maybe another 2 hours. Let's see. Let's see what we've got going on. The flight plan. So we're looking to land. The computer is telling us we're going to land at 23:05 Zulu. It is currently 21:16. So about an hour and 50 minutes or so, and we should be arriving into Tampa. But it is real life time. All right, so guys, as far as this whole conversation with short field landings and that kind of stuff, this is exactly the type of questions that we're looking for. So I'm gonna go holler at WYLIE real quick, and I'll let WYLIE I'll let Wiley explain short field landing process in a piston aircraft. And he can also explain too how he does things in the jet, because we both fly the Phoenix quite a lot. So we're on 2388, and that's cool. We are set. Wiley, what's up, my man?
How you doing?
Man, it's about time we got out of that chattery ass center.
I wish you could have seen the American that had pushed back into the out back down to Boston. I stopped. I thought he would stop pushing back, but he just kept going and going. I was decided. I saw on your sheet, you didn't say what he was decided.
Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't see him. I've been getting some weird messages out of nowhere on VATSIM, and it's not like it's not the red messages, like it couldn't create the model. It's something else. It's like an amber message, but it almost seems like the same thing. And instead of showing like a generic model, it just shows nothing. So I could not see that dude at all. It's a little irritating.
That's weird. I mean, I get that occasionally, but I haven't had it where it doesn't show.
So guys, tell me, how's the audio for VATSIM? Can y'all hear him good? Do I need to turn him up? I'm probably gonna turn him up a little bit anyways.
And then I got stuck on the ground there in Boston too once they swapped over to departure. It took me like another 5 minutes to get a hold of it.
Yeah, I heard. I heard you say that they handed you off to departure, but or off to center, but departure was online, so you're gonna go holler at them and come back. And I was like, oof, I got out of there just in time.
Just verify with him. I was just like, do I ask him to go to departure, or do I ask him to depart with him?
So, as you see in the chat, we got some questions about short field landing. So, from your experience, being that you're about to be a CFI in a piston aircraft, since that's what you're flying in real life, what would be your technique for short field landing?
So there's a lot of different techniques that people have taught me over the time that I've been training. There's always the extra having that super slow speed for short fields, or having that little bump of power just before landing for a soft field. But from what I've kind of gotten down for short fields is you can kind of fly it more like a normal approach. However, when you come into land, when you do that transition for a flare, your goal shouldn't be to hold off the speed. It should be more to just hold that flare attitude, let the aircraft just touch down. So you don't have to be super slow. As long as you get the wheels down at your target point and then flaps up and get that brake action going, you should be able to stop within that distance you're given.
So one thing that really stuck out there, at least in my mind, so you're saying when you touch down, you get the flaps up and then brake action going. I always kind of would have assumed you'd leave your flaps down to create more drag, but what does bringing the flaps up do? Does that kind of help keep you from floating and settle down on the runway?
So the way that the flaps will work out with that is flaps always generate more lift. So as well as the whole adding the drag thing, it creates more lift. So by taking out the flaps, it kind of cancels that lift out. While you won't get that drag to help stop, it does help you from ballooning back up again. It'll help you get stopped a little faster without having to worry about floating back up.
That makes a lot of sense. And that video recently came out of the Red Bull guy landing on that helipad in Dubai. And I noticed that he retracted his flaps right before touching down, and I kind of wondered why he did that. Now that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that's actually an extremely good example. So I completely forgot about that. But yeah, that would be a perfect example as to why you'd raise the flaps. It'll definitely help out in that sense where it just kind of kills the lift and all that.
There was a guy on YouTube who made a YouTube short of him trying to do it on Microsoft Flight Sim. And his video is actually what made me notice the flaps. He kept bringing the flaps up. I was like, no, dumbass, why would you do that? Well, then he showed the real video again. I was like, oh, even the real guy did it. Okay, so maybe there's something to that.
Yeah, it's definitely something you might overlook when you're thinking about the flaps, because you always think of flaps as drag. But because you're increasing that angle of attack on the wing, it's increasing that lift that comes off of it too.
Right. So Friday's the big day, right?
So Friday I've got a review with the head pilot at the school. he's gonna sit down with me. We're gonna do like a mock, kind of a mock check ride type thing, see where I'm at on that. And then as long as I pass that, I'll get signed off. I'll go do my check ride in a couple weeks, and after that, hopefully start teaching.
Nice, man. Well, congratulations. I'm sure you're not going to have any issues. And it sounds like to me that's very similar to even dispatch school, where they'll hold mock oral and practical exams to ensure that you're ready before you go sit in front of the FAA examiner. Got a buddy of mine that's he's currently in the process trying to get his dispatch license, and he doesn't have an aviation background, so he's struggling a little bit more than some, and is a little bit slower in the whole process. He's also been doing it online, which makes it a lot harder, especially when you have no idea of anything, aviation at all. But that's what he did. He went out to Dallas and sat down for a mock interview, and quickly the instructor was like, "Yeah, man, like you're not ready yet. You need to come back. Sit down for a week-long refresher type thing, and then you should be ready." So that's our plan. Is I'm gonna keep having him come to my house, and we're gonna go over stuff, and then he's gonna go back, sit there for another week, and then do another mock, and hopefully after all that he'll be ready.
Yeah, I mean, that's something similar to what we got for pilots and stuff like that. One thing that I had the luxury of it going to Embry-Riddle and stuff like that was you always have that opportunity to be an observer for a lot of the flights and the ground lessons. So if you're somebody who's not like super, doesn't have like a very deep aviation background, and you want to get some extra learning in without having to like pay that ton of money, you can go ahead and get some observer flights with if you have the opportunity for that, obviously. Just sit in, like even talking to somebody who's been in the industry for a while, kind of absorbing as much as you can. It'll definitely help the knowledge portion of it and makes it a lot easier for your training.
Right. And so, you went to Embry-Riddle?
Yeah, I did.
Nice. You're fancy.
Fancy, but it did cost a lot of money.
Yeah, I could imagine. So, see, when you land, is this gonna end? If not, can you? So.
I see. I had some dispatcher questions for you, but I just wanted to figure out what it was. I wrote them down on my phone. Just give me a couple minutes on that.
So when we land, we will be done. My girlfriend will be home around 7. I usually try to be off the computer by then, so we should be landing around about that time. So the stream will be done once.
So one of the questions I had for you was, I know since you're a manager right now, for the dispatch manager, do you still do a lot of like the sit down and actually like do your own dispatching, or are you more just like an overwatch, kind of like looking over things, like responding to some more like important issues and stuff like that?
So, as a manager, we can dispatch. The dispatch contract comes into play with a lot of that. So for us to be able to get our hands on a desk, there has to be a shift available. So if somebody calls out, we put it out to bid for the domicile. Because at my airline, we've got Lauderdale as an office as well as Orlando. So if, let's say, somebody calls out sick for Lauderdale, the shift will go out for Lauderdale first. And then if nobody bids, then it goes out to both domiciles. If still nobody bids, depending on the time and that kind of stuff, like if it's days out, we won't be as expeditious with it. But if it's like, say it's afternoon or early evening and it's for a morning shift tomorrow, then we'll look at junior assigning. So we'll go through that whole process. So there's a process of like looking at who's working, who's legal to be junior assigned, that kind of thing. If nobody can be junior assigned that's on site, then we go through calling. And if still can't junior assign somebody, then we can dispatch. Because on the contract, it's more they just want to make sure that like managers aren't taking away overtime opportunity from dispatchers, which I totally get. Because if I was a dispatcher and needed some money and some manager comes taking my OT, I'd be pissed. So there's that. So in that event, we can dispatch. This actually happened last Saturday. One of the morning guys, morning DMs, he had to dispatch. So we had 2 open shifts, which is going to be like roughly 72 flights spread out amongst all the dispatchers who already have a relatively high workload. Now I didn't want that many flights going to be distributed, so I asked / kind of voluntold that DM, like, hey, need you on the desk. So he worked the desk. That's usually what it takes for us to get our hands on it. Also, though, contractually it does say that we can do what we need to do to maintain proficiency, and we don't get rusty with the software and that kind of stuff. Because that's one of my biggest concerns as a leader, quote unquote. I don't want to be off the software so much that I forget how to do what I'm telling people to do. That's not what a leader should do. They should always lead from the front. So we can, if all the stars align. We had some issues where we had to shut down a domicile several months ago, and so all the Orlando dispatch managers had to go to Lauderdale to help out. So we all worked desks. But for the most part, we're kind of an Overwatch type position, but we're also doing a lot of stuff on the back end to make things a little easier, a little more efficient for the dispatchers. If there's any issues with SIDS and stars, and we get those resolved. If the software is trying to choose, I don't know, say like stars that we're not approved for, that maybe we're accidentally put in, that's like maybe an RMP AR SID or something we can't do. We try to help manage that. We also try to coach. We have a lot of turnover right now, so we have a lot of newer dispatchers. So some of the guys that don't have as much experience, we try to coach them up and just kind of provide whatever experience that we have in the trends. Because every like in dispatch, every airport is different. You got like Los Angeles doing noise abatement procedures after 2100 local. So, and especially me going off of the night shift before I became a DM, there's certain SIDs that you can and can't fly, certain stars you can and can't fly due to noise abatement. And we're planning flights so far out in advance. Like if you've got like Boston to LA, that's like a 5-hour flight. Plus we're planning it 2 hours in advance, so that's 7 hours. And a lot of those dispatchers that might plan that flight may not even be at work. They'll turn that flight over to the overnight dispatcher when that plane comes into land. So then if they're planning on a star that we can't use because of noise abatement, the captain will usually let the dispatcher know, but it'll be the turnover dispatcher that has the flight, and so the word never really gets back to the original dispatcher. So we try to, like, whatever trends and things that we know about, since most of us managers have been at our company for a little while, we try to coach that up, share that experience so that the newer guys know, and they know how to plan things correctly. So we're kind of like in an admin position in a way. We're kind of a coaching, training position in a way. And then also like we try to use coaching techniques, I guess you could call it, to keep like our big expenditures like fuel, extra fuel, from not being too crazy. Like if you look at the weather radar today is probably not a day that I would really hound anybody about gas because the weather sucks. Also, if you got flights going to the northeast, like just based off of the thunderstorms, like I'm not looking at METARs and TAFs right now, but even if it's like a VFR day in the northeast, I'm probably not going to hound somebody about putting extra gas for flights going to the northeast because traffic volume is always an issue. Metering is an issue. There's a lot of, it don't matter how beautiful the weather is, Newark will start holding no matter what. And if EQ is still in the chat, he will definitely attest to that. Andrew's in the chat. He's also he's one of my dispatchers. He will attest to that. So we try to, we don't want to be like fuel Nazis and create like a hostile feeling work environment when it comes to fuel or things that cost the airline money. But we try to share our experience and coach up to the point to where fuel is being calculated or thought about in a smart way and not just firing from the hip. That's one of the big things that we see a lot from newer guys is that maybe there's a short area of turbulence and they're putting on like 30 minutes of extra fuel. Well, on our OFPs, it'll show you the fuel burn for 4,000 feet higher than your plan and 4,000 feet lower. So you kind of have that fuel burn to refer to give you an idea of what the burn is like. So if we're planning a flight at 360 and there's turbulence from 32 to 38, all right, so we might need to go down to 30. Well, it's not on the release, like we have burns on the release already for down to 320. If it's only like, and this is for the entire route, so like the entire flight. So if that's on there, that'll give us a general idea. also too, I try to coach up to like, all right, plan a step descent here and just see what that fuel burn difference is, and then you can put that actual difference, maybe a couple 100 pounds more for that actual difference, instead of just firing from the hip and just totally guessing on the extra fuel load. So we just try to coach everybody up and make educated guesses instead of just a guess, and keep our costs around what we actually need versus what we don't need, and shooting from the hip.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So I kind of have another question is just in more of in general, is there a lot of like currency checks for dispatchers, or do you guys managers have to do some sort of like recurrent training or whatever just to make sure you're up to date on your dispatcher training?
Yep. So in fact, it's funny you bring that up because I have recurrent like 10 days or so. So we do at my company, it's a little different anywhere you go. Like in my last company, we had an annual recurrent, so we do 4 days of recurrent once a year. My current company, we do biannual, so we have a fall recurrent and a spring recurrent. My spring is coming up, and it's just really death by PowerPoint for the most part. We try to cover hot topics, especially things that we see trends in that need to be covered again. For example, stuff like these flow control areas, which happen a lot during the summertime, especially when we got weather. One of the techniques to avoid getting caught in a massive delay with a flow control area is to do a technique called tunneling, where we plan the flight under. So if they have a floor of 20,000 feet and a ceiling of 60,000 feet, obviously we can't get over it, so we can go under it. And that just means we're going to have to plan the entire flight at like 18,000 feet. So if we're flying Newark to Lauderdale and there's an FCA going through Jack Center, now we've got to plan the entire flight at 18,000 feet, which kind of sucks, and it's going to be a huge fuel burn. But if we can avoid an hour and a half long delay, it's probably worth it. So stuff like that maybe other dispatchers haven't seen at other carriers before coming to our company. Maybe they didn't cover it much. Like stuff like that we'll cover. And then also hot topics for like for fall recurrent, we'll cover a lot of like winter operations type stuff. We'll talk about holdover times. Can we land in moderate freezing rain? Can we depart in moderate freezing rain? Because you can land, but you can't depart because there's no holdover times. And then for spring, we'll cover a lot of more summertime operations and the things that we see with summertime. So we do have recurrent just like pilots do. Obviously, we don't get in simulators, but we stare at PowerPoints for like 10 hours. And then we take a test, which I hear the test this year is pretty hard, which is not great. Being a manager, I hold myself to a higher standard, and if I fail, that would suck because it's happened before. Aviation lover.
Okay,
so this
like
is
your
Bella.
That kind of seems like more like a practical, like open-ended kind of solutions, and going through that through PowerPoints and stuff like that. Where like I know for a lot of the training for pilots and stuff, they will go through a lot of the scenarios that might
Bella.
pop up or
We
have
got
popped up recently.
Macy walking up as well.
But it
got
seems
3
like
dogs.
your stuff for dispatch is a lot more open-ended, where like there's a lot of numbers involved and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, and for us, and a lot of what we do is, and the way I try to explain it to people is we're the quarterback and the captain is, we're the coach and the captain is the quarterback. So we're kind of drawing up the plays. We're making sure that the weights look good. We're not going to have any landing weight issues or takeoff weight issues, etc. For us, it is more of a numbers kind of thing. But for anybody else who's out there and listening to this who would want to be a dispatcher one day, you don't have to be like a math whiz, because I suck at math. But you do need to understand the basic concept of what zero fuel weight is, and basic operating weight, and takeoff weight, landing weight, all the basic numbers that are associated with weights in an airplane, and then how different things that we do can affect those weights. So often we'll come across situations where like we've got a landing weight issue, the airplane's a little too heavy. Maybe it was a tail swap and the fuel for the previous flight was already loaded onto the airplane. Now we got too much gas. We can take off, but we can't land. Well, how can we resolve that? All right, well, let's fly slow, or not fly slow, but let's fly low and fly fast and try to eat up some of that gas so that by the time that we get there, we don't have a landing weight issue. So sometimes connecting those dots until you've done it a few times for some dispatchers may be a little hard. But for us, like that's our core, is just understanding all of the weights and the numbers and how one thing affects another thing and the trickle-down effect of that.
That makes a lot of sense, too. Do you have anything question-wise right now? Well, I'm still thinking of some more.
Well, one thing I can say for anybody who wants to be a dispatcher or a pilot and does this flight sim and stuff, man, this flight sim, it helps so much. And just the other night, had a dispatcher call me, and the captain had a what was it? Flight control CG disagree message. He'd never seen it before, and so the dispatcher doesn't know the most about airplanes. In fact, you'd be surprised that most dispatchers don't have just a ton of like in-depth knowledge on airplanes. And each carrier is different. Like I know Southwest, they train airplane systems like they might as well be a pilot. Like, might as well learn the flows and the memory items and all that stuff. So a lot of our guys don't just they jump into this FENIX and not really have a whole lot of a clue what to do. So this captain calls with this issue, and the dispatcher comes over to me because he knows that I'm a big airplane nerd, and tells me what the issue is. And so I told him, I was like, all right, we'll tell the captain to go to the initb page and ensure that the zero fuel weight CG was updated in there. Make sure he didn't keep an old one, or maybe he left the standard in there before he got his actual numbers, because sometimes it happens. You just forget to go put in the actual, and you just keep the standard. And so then the captain tells him, and he tells me that they can't change it there. I was like, all right, so that must mean that he's got his engine started, because once you start the engines, your initb page moves to the fuel prediction page. So I told him, all right, we'll tell him to check the fuel prediction page and change the zero fuel weight CG there. So captain does it and goes, oh shit, that worked. All right, we're good to go. And you can just tell, like, especially, and the captain even told the dispatchers, like, I've been flying this airplane for 15 years. I've never seen that before. How'd you know to do that? And he told him, he was like, well, my manager's just flies flight sims, so he kind of knows the airplane a little bit. So it's crazy the amount of knowledge you can get just from doing what we do every day, flying around a little computer flight sim. It teaches you a lot about the systems in the aircraft and sets you up in ways to resolve issues whenever you actually get in the real thing.
No, I definitely agree with the flight sim stuff, because when you think about it, like if you do a simple flight using like an A320 like this with the FENIX, not only do you get to get used to like the systems of the aircraft. Well, I know it's not real life. You're not going to get everything you can with real life, but at least the systems are fairly accurate. You can kind of understand how the plane's going to react in certain ways, and you also have that opportunity to work on failures and stuff like that, because that's also built into the FENIX. But you're also, on top of that, before you even start the flight, you're doing some like dispatch work of it too. So you kind of I'm not going to say, because I'm not sure how close it is to what you guys do at work, but you have that pre-flight dispatching of your own for your own flights before you even start hopping into the sim at all. And I kind of feel like it helps out a lot of people stay current, even if they aren't doing like an official currency.
Yep, dead on. And I've talked to a lot of pilots who, before they started flying airliners in real life, they were big flight simmers, and they all say just, even if it's like the Aerosoft, which is, like 80% of the systems from the left seat, like it's not FENIX by any means, but understanding the push-pull functionality with the autopilot, which is obviously very different from the Boeing. And for me, it took me a while until I finally had a captain who explained the functionality and the logic of the airplane to me in a way that finally made sense, because I've talked to like 4 or 5 captains when I'd go jump seat. It was almost like math, man. It's like I needed the right person to explain it to me in the right way to understand it. With the Boeing, if you want to go LNAV, push LNAV. And if you want to go VNAV, push VNAV. Like, it's very straightforward as far as, you know, reading the buttons on autopilot. Whereas in the Airbus, it's very push-pull functionality, dual functionality, and you got different logic depending on what you're telling the airplane to do. And it's not like, unless you're reading the annunciator panel and you understand what it's telling you, you won't really know what the airplane's doing. It's like even the captain or even the pilots say that, like, even a non-high fidelity airplane taught them a lot before they went to ground school for the airline. And obviously there they learned a lot more in-depth systems and whatnot, but they had a good foundation going into it and were ahead of the game. And same thing for me in dispatch. Whenever I went to dispatch school, I mean, I worked as a ramper or doing above and below wing operations for Delta before going to dispatch school. But I'd been on the flight sim for a little while. I understood how to tune an ILS, what an ILS is, how it displays on the PFD, same with like an RNAV, just some very basic stuff that when we were talking about it in dispatch school, I at least had an understanding of it. And I also had a super hot chick in my dispatch class, and it gave me the opportunity to chill with her privately and show her in the sim how to fly some of these things we're talking about in dispatch school, and then turn around and go out on town and have some drinks.
Oh yeah. I definitely feel that. But yeah, like I found that like with having done flight sims and all that stuff since probably early teens and kind of really getting into it early high school and stuff. When I got to college, a lot of that flying stuff where I had the piston flying. I learned most of that at school, but when it came down to like the end of my 4 years, there's that kind of like a training course they have where they teach you what it's essentially going to be like to get your ATP. They'll have you do like a whole CRJ course where you get to know the plane and stuff. But I haven't done sims for the past 6 years before that, and also like done a few CRJ flights. Like the foundation there made it a lot easier for that course. I probably finished one of the higher scores in that class just because like I already had the foundation. I could just build off of it. The other thing is now with like nowadays I feel like simming is going to be a huge part of upcoming pilots. Where
absolutely.
Now I feel like pilots coming in are going to have an even better.
After flying sims, I was able to land a level D sim
off of than they have in the past. Where
at my company,
a lot of these sims are even more in depth and have such great physics that could really help out with learning when you're outside of the aircraft or outside.
Let me show you how to guide you to my approach. Yeah, man, absolutely. Man, they said the sim, man, it's to me, in my opinion, I always explain this to a lot of my, and Andrew can attest to this, is he's been dabbling into the flight sim game, that you can learn so much and apply it to real life one way or another. FENIX sim is so good. I showed her an ILS, anything from a Cat 1, Cat 2, and Cat 3 auto land. Showed her some videos as well. Man, she was hot. She was so hot. Now
sorry, I was just checking on the progress of the flight there for a second there.
Now she's a helicopter pilot up in Washington State. Like, is the only person who could use that bed. I was trying to pick her up, but we never like turned into anything. She's married now, married to some dude. She was a wild one. She was not one that you could ever tame, I guess, until meeting this other guy. But yeah. I was going to ask you something. Now I can't remember. Gotta rack my brain pretty hard to figure out what the hell it was I was going to ask you.
Well, I'm going to run and grab a drink real quick from my fridge and let you have a few minutes to think about that. I'm going to grab myself a good old-fashioned Yingling, and I'll be back with you.
Well, shit, now I got to go grab me something, too. All right, be right back. All right, guys, I'm going to go grab a drink. Wiley made me thirsty. If y'all have any questions about dispatch or piloty stuff, if I can get this wheel to move, throw it in the chat, and we'll talk about it. I don't know if I got any beers. I don't think I have any beers. Watch, all the dogs are going to follow me out, as they always do. Oh, got an Amazon package. It is a pretty day out here in Florida. hot as hell though. I'm not ready for summertime. And it's actually past the dogs' dinner time, so I'm gonna feed them real quick too. That way they won't be so needy, because they're being needy as hell. Cause they're hungry. Watch out, dogs. Oh, and they ain't got no water either. Man, I'm slacking on my dog dad duties. Need to get some more dog food from Macy. She's running a bit low. And ever since COVID's, man, it is hard to get like the really good dog food. They're always sold out, and the thing is like really irritating. We place an order for the senior healthy dog food shit, and it'll show in stock. You order it, you pay for it, and all of a sudden you get an email. Oh, sorry, it's out of stock. What the fuck? Why wasn't it showing out of stock when we ordered it? Ain't that right, Soak? I feel like it's got to be weird for y'all to hear all this going on, but not be able to see anything. Alexa, clear my notifications. And then after they eat, they're going to have to take a shit. Move this up out of the way. Alright. Over the Raleigh area right now. It's like Greensboro, North Carolina. Trekking on down, making our way to good old Tampa, Florida. Why did this work? It's weird. Cool. So based off of our little overlay, looks like we're a little over halfway there. Let's see if there are any published reroutes for northeast of Florida. And so this is typically what a dispatcher would look at. Well, this is one. This is the OIS page. So we've got flow programs going into Houston, Newark, Toronto, Montreal, and Augusta. Obviously Augusta for the PGA Masters. Let's see. I need the reroutes. I have it saved in my work stuff, but I don't think, because I'm not on a VPN, I'll be able to see it. National airspace. Current reroutes, and of course, so it won't work. I was trying to show y'all how we see reroutes and how we use those reroutes to plan. Show me the reroutes, bastard. There we go. Alright. So here is a list of the current ATC published reroutes. There's a lot going on, and that's because of all the weather. So Houston CDR swaps. So if you are planning a flight out of Houston, plan it and file the preferred ATC routing. But they're basically telling you we might change your route, so add extra gas. Got the IH couple partial. So we click on the advisory, it's going to tell us. So if we're coming from Vegas, San Diego, Albuquerque Center, that Denver Center, or Albuquerque, like the airport itself, LA Center minus Vegas and San Diego. We got Salt Lake Center and Oakland Center. So if you're coming from any of these centers or airports, because you got Vegas and you got San Diego, it will give you the first half of the route. So you would find your SID that would join up with a transition, or at least get you out towards INW. Then you take J86 El Paso MRF to Cobble, and then from there you would take Cobble. Like if we're going to Houston, because you got Houston right here. I don't know how much of this y'all can even see. So destination Houston, Hobby, and Houston George Bush. So if we're going to George Bush, as you can tell from up here, so if we're doing Vegas to George Bush, this first portion of the route ends at Cobble and then picks up here at Cobble. So then we would take that. So to put it into action for you, let's do this. Flight plan, let me clear this out. I'm actually going to put this on no video so we can see all of it. Alright. We'll kill some of these. So we got traffic, we'll turn that off. Let's turn off PIREPs. Looks like quite a bit of turbulence out there today. Lightning, you can see all that lightning in that weather. Turn it off by category. We'll get rid of all this shit just so we can see it from a planning perspective. So we're gonna do KLOS. We'll come over here. Oh man. Alright, Cobble, pull that advisory back up. So we're doing Vegas. We'll put in that portion of the route. So we're going to copy that. Put that in. We'll hit enter. And then come back over to the advisory again. From Cobble, take the rest of it. Yeehaw, and then Tejas 4. I don't remember how it was spelled. Damn it. Tejas. KIH. Well, it's not going to zoom out. There it goes. Okay, so there is the reroute, and that is because of the line of weather that is going on. If we turn the weather back on, you can see it kind of brings us down towards the southern tip. I'm sure there's a lot of volume coming down through here to aim towards the southern tip of the weather. So they're bringing Houston arrivals, probably going to do, I guess they're not doing San Antonio, being that advisory. But anyways, bringing us down this way, probably for traffic volume as well as weather. But as the stuff continues to move out the way, man, they probably will have to keep it for a little while, because even still, even if the weather continues to move east, northeast, the traffic volume is going to continue to aim towards Lake Charles to get down to the southern end of the weather. Therefore, the volume is going to be high. So Houston arrivals will probably keep them coming down to the south. So as a dispatcher, we've got pretty much the route now. The only thing we would have to do is figure out a SID out of Vegas to join up with INW, and then bam, you got your route. So that's how published ATC routes work. If it's published, sometimes they're not always published. Sometimes you file shit, you're good to go, and they're taxiing, and then all of a sudden, as they're taxiing, then they get hit with a reroute. And if it's a huge reroute, so let's say like if we planned the preferred route that would go from INW and all the way just more so direct, and we didn't plan for something like this to happen, we didn't have any extra gas, we'd be hosed. We'd have to go back to the gate and get more fuel because we wouldn't have enough fuel to fly this route. So dispatchers, it's very important to to pay attention to the published reroute page. Also, we have ATC coordinators who will let us know when something new comes out. At least they're supposed to, but they don't always. Depends on who the coordinator is. So anyways, got a lot of reroutes going on from the west using QY routes. That's going to be Gulf routes. Dallas, East 1, North Flow. Let's see what that one says. So we're coming from Atlanta, Charlotte, Greensboro, Dulles, DCA, Baltimore, Miami, Richmond, Norfolk, Raleigh, Roanoke, Jack Center or Tampa. And again, you see these repeats because one's for DFW, the other one's for Dallas Love. So this is like if you're coming from the east, going to Dallas. Let's do this because this one will probably look pretty interesting. So let's say if we're gonna do, where's this stuff really look bad? Let's do Charlotte to Dallas. So for starting in Charlotte, destination is Dallas, so we're going to go with this one. So we'll copy this, come back over to flight 4 flight, KCLT, paste, KDFW, and let's hit enter. Look at that. Gross. And it's obviously because of the line of weather. So we'd have to just go find a SID and go find a star that works, and then we've got our route. It is nice when ATC publishes routes because then it kind of takes the guesswork out for us. Obviously, we would still add a lot of fuel in the event that maybe the weather solidifies down here, and we got to figure something else out. Or sometimes I've seen like Houston Center and Fort Worth Center do some shit where like maybe they start us out here, but we end up going all the way out to like San Angelo and then in. Stuff like that. So that's kind of how the the reroutes work for dispatchers. And a lot of these are obviously there can be a bunch of them, but maybe they don't really affect the airports that you fly to. So we got Chicago, no VEEC, so you wouldn't be able to fly the VEEC arrival. But yeah, so you kind of go through and you figure out which ones apply to you, which ones you don't. This is a big thing that you want to look at the beginning of your shift as a dispatcher. Obviously, as well as weather, other programs. We also like to look at the where is it at? The ops plan. Let's see if it loads up. There it goes. So here's the ops plan. This is put out by the Air Traffic Control Command Center. So this is kind of a general overview of what to expect throughout the national airspace. So you have different categories. You've got terminal constraints, terminal constraints that are active, terminal constraints that are planned, en route constraints. That's going to be your en route stuff. Obviously, we got a bunch that are active right now. These are all the reroutes we're just looking at. These are other reroutes that are planned to happen, and it'll tell you when. So if you have a flight that's leaving at 23:05 from like Kansas City to Florida, well, that's after 2300. So you probably want to figure out what this route's going to be. That's the only thing that sucks is it's not published, so they don't have it out there for you to go copy and paste. But these are all that are planned. These are CDR swaps, so you would plan the preferred route but fuel for reroutes. These are other like runway equipment impacts. It's like Vegas, runway 1 left and 19 right is closed until 1800 Zulu, so on and so forth. Airspace flow programs, if they had flow programs going, they'd show up here. They're active and planned. There's none as of right now. Space operations, it even tells you like primary launch windows for SpaceX or whoever is going to be launching. SpaceX Starship Heavy in Boca Chica, Texas. Then we got SpaceX Transponder 7 in Vandenberg, California. I don't know what flight checks is. VIP movements, that's going to be obviously presidential and other VIPs and shit like that. So this is another big thing that dispatchers want to look at when starting their shift, and also when a new one comes out, we want to look at it. Also, our ATC coordinator should be putting this information out to dispatchers when a new one comes out. So it's just a good general outline of what to expect across the national airspace, and helps us in our planning and our general overview of what's happening in the United States. Bibbidi bobbidi boop, son. All right, what's going on? Let's update our prelim stuff, and then we'll get back to the chat. So hat flow once again. Move the camera. All right. Wham bam. Great to see y'all again. All right, a flight plan. Slow Joe. So we've got, we already have 19 left in there. And we've got Cosme in there for the extended center line, so we don't need to mess with that. We can clear out Boston because we're too far from it now. And we'll leave VOR2 in auto, and we'll go ahead and throw Pi St. Petersburg. Hard tune that one. Prog page, checking our prog, so we have 405 miles to go in a straight line. That's not our actual flight path or route that we've put into the computer of the airplane. The big part of the reason why we're doing this again is to update all of this information. So as of right now, winds are 250 at 16, gusting 18, 10 statute miles, scattered 65, broken 8,000, overcast 25, temperature 29, dew point 20, altimeter 30.06. So we'll update all of that. 250 at 6. And you only put in the steady state, you don't put in gusts when it comes to these entries. Temperature 29. And the altimeter is 30.06, just a slight change. Minimums will stay the same. Fuel prediction, let's check our fuel. So as we've continued our flying, we've now got, we went from 3.4 to 3.9 in the extra, and we're landing with 7.4. So if I remember correctly, I think it was 6, we were landing with 6.4 or 6.7, some shit like that. But anyways, we're underburning, which is always nice. In the secondary flight plan, we got the active in there with runway 19 right. So that's cool. Wind, let's see if we can get another wind data. And this will also feed into the fuel prediction and see what our, I don't know if those even changed. Alright, so it changed just a little bit, so the winds are a little bit worse than what was originally planned. So now it went from 3.9 to 3.8, and we've got 7.3 estimated fuel on arrival. Right now showing we're going to land at 2307. 406 miles left on our route, and it's currently 2204. So just over an hour, about an hour and 2 minutes until we are landing in Tampa, Florida. Sweets. Alright, so back to the chat real quick. OMG, stuff's hitting the fan. Well, man, quit throwing stuff at the fan. That's your fault, right? All right, so we got some inquiries from DChamp. Oh wait, I forgot. Damn, what happened? I forgot to get my alcoholic beverages. Now the dogs ain't not one of them in the room anymore. They're laying by the door. They need to go OUTSIDE. Alright, so we've got some new drinks today. We've got Ranch Water. So it's ranch water made by the Ranch Rider Spirits Company. And then if it tastes like shit, which I think it's kind of probably going to, we've also got, basic bitch High Noon. This is my girlfriend's, but she's super healthy. She don't need to be drinking, so I'll drink it for her if I need to. Yes. Alright, official taste test. Yeah, not bad. I'll drink it. Okay, so DChamp was asking, how does a person get into dispatching? and are any pre-qualifications. So as Andrew said, got to be at least 23 years old. It's 200 hours or about 5 weeks of school. Yeah, so there is an hour requirement. It's just classroom hours. Ultimately, the first thing you do, your first 2 weeks, is to prep for the ADX, which is the basically the written version of a pilot ATP. So those first 2 weeks are probably the hardest of the entire process, because you've got 2 weeks to learn. What we got here? Drew! Oh, my man. Put it towards a mini fridge for the flight deck. Well, we got the mini fridge already. The mini fridge is in the garage. I would like to bring that in here if I could, but I don't think Crystal will probably let me. I don't really have the room for it either. But nonetheless, I will put that $10 towards putting shit in the mini fridge. Dude, thank you so much. That's super, super kind of you. You are the man. So yeah, you have 2 weeks of your nose in the book to learn what pilots have 1,500 hours of practice in a real airplane to learn. So that's the hardest part. You're learning, really, you're learning a lot of shit. Let me just read you the different categories that are involved in the ADX. But don't let if becoming a dispatcher is something you're interested in, don't let this scare you, because obviously you go to school and they teach it to you. So let's see. Nope, I don't want test mode. Exit quiz. ADX study mode. All right, so here are all the different categories, per se, different things that you would learn for your ADX. Regulations, equipment, navigation and facilities, aerodynamics, performance, weight and balance, flight operations, emergencies, hazards, and flight physiology, as well as meteorology and weather services. So regulations is going to be just pretty straightforward memorization stuff. So it's going to be like, for every 50 seats in an airplane, you need a flight attendant. So if you have 75 seats, how many flight attendants do you need? You know, like stuff like that. Different regulatory things. There's 191 questions associated with regulations. Then there's equipment, navigation, facilities. So that's going to be like, what is a nav aid? Like what's a land-based nav aid? Flying a radial or a bearing off of a land-based nav aid, like stuff like that. Aerodynamics, so basically like, what is lift? How does lift work? What's parasite drag? Like shit like that. Performance and weight and balance, those are the harder, in my opinion, just because I suck at math. There are mathematical formulas for those. So once you memorize the mathematical formula, it's not that bad, but the formulas are kind of long. And if you mess one little thing up, the trickle-down effect will make everything else wrong for the rest of your equation. So for me, whenever I was in dispatch school, I kind of set myself up to miss those questions, because I knew like I was going to suck at it. And then set myself up to be strong in the memorization stuff. Flight operations, I'm obviously not even sure. When the forecast weather conditions for the destination and alternate airport are considered marginal for a domestic air carrier's operation, what specific action should the dispatcher or pilot in command take? I'm trying to get a feel of like what they mean by when ATC assigns a speed adjustment to an aircraft operating at 270, it will be at speed not less than 250 knots. Yep, I was right. So I don't really know exactly what they mean by flight operations. Emergency hazards in flight. It's going to be like, what is squawk code 7600? Stuff like that. Exit quiz. And then obviously meteorology, weather services. That's going to be reading METARs, TAFs, weather associated stuff like, what is this front? It's a cold front. What is this front? It's a warm front. Blah, blah, blah. So the first 2 weeks is learning that shit. That's the hardest part. Most of that stuff, as soon as you pass your test, brain dump it, because you will never need it again. The last 3 weeks is more of what you would be doing a little bit in real life dispatch, which is going to be flight planning. So utilizing SIDS, stars, airways, approach plates, what are your minimums, that kind of stuff. Also learning some aircraft systems. At my dispatch school, we learned the 737-800, so like what hydraulic system is nosewheel steering on. So you're just learning very general aircraft systems. It's not too terribly in depth. So you're learning hydraulics, pneumatics, anti-ice, all that shit. Well, I guess anti-ice is pneumatics. So you're learning general aircraft systems, because when it comes to flight planning, as dispatchers, we also have to be able to read the MEL book, the minimum equipment list, to decipher if there's a restriction associated with a deferral. Is it legal to dispatch? Stuff like that. So if it says like, for example, static wick, we have this static wick missing. We would read the MEL book and it would tell us whether or not the airplane can go. It would probably say like there's 27 installed, 0 required, so shit like that. For like an autopilot channel, it might say like autopilot channel 2 is deferred. So as far as autopilot channels go, we got 2. So we got autopilot 1 and autopilot 2. So it would say like 2 installed, 0 required, because you can't actually fly an airplane without autopilot. Do pilots want to do it? Shit, no. But can they? Yes. Would it be legal to dispatch? Yes. But that would be a conversation to have with your pilot, with your captain, and see if it's something he's comfortable taking, if he wants to do it, or do we need to tail swap, do we need to get it fixed, etc. So it'll tell you how many there are, how many's required for flight, and also like if we have, say, like a transponder deferral. Maybe we can't fly in RVSM airspace, which is reduced vertical separations minima. So above flight level 280, that's where aircraft can fly within 1,000 feet of each other, going opposite directions. So maybe with a transponder deferral, we can't fly RVSM airspace, so we'd have to stay below 28,000 feet. So there might be some restrictions with that. So that's why they kind of teach you some aircraft systems, so that you can take the MEL book and kind of read it. Like they'll say, hey, you've got this MEL, you've got MEL 34-02-2-1 or some shit. So you would like go find that in the MEL book, read what it is. It's like, all right, it's this, and we got this many installed, this many required. We have no restrictions, or we have this restriction, blah blah blah. So all of it ties in together at the end for your oral and practical. So for the practical, your FAA examiner gives you a flight plan, and it's very generic. In fact, I think I have some over here from when I've been training my buddy. And I can give you an idea of what kind of stuff you're looking at. Let's see what we got. Yeah, it's not. I think I gave him a good one that had like the weather printout. Shit, I gotta let my dogs in. Hang on, guys. Come on in, doggies. All right. Cool, so here is one. It's all stapled, so I'm assuming this is all complete. Okay, so in dispatch school, you'll do a bunch of these before taking your practical. But your practical would look something like this. They give you a flight plan, and it looks like this. And obviously you can't really read much of it, but it's kind of a description. It says you are a dispatcher for a Part 121 domestic airline. So Part 121 is scheduled air carrier, so that's going to be, Southwest, Spirit, Frontier, Delta, American United, all those guys, right? Because there's also like there's Part 121 supplemental, there's Part 135, Part 91, there's Rotary, there's a bunch of stuff. So, my dog's next to me. Prepare the necessary documents to dispatch Flight 5004 from Spokane to Phoenix. Estimated time departure is 2200 Zulu. Reservations is advising that there are 180 passengers booked and 5,500 pounds of baggage and cargo. The aircraft to be used is a Boeing 737-800 registration November 682 Alpha Papa. Aircraft 682 Alpha Papa is RNAV equipped and is certified for RVSM flights above 290. You have 3 MEO items: primary pedostatic system in-op, left engine anti-ice valve in-op, as well as altitude alerting system in-op. Parts to fix not available at Spokane, in parentheses. Op specs: aircraft flight crew landing category 1, VREF category C straight in approach and Cat D circle approach, standard landing takeoff alternate minimums. Authorized airports: Spokane, Phoenix. For alternates, we have Portland, OLM, Tucson, and Palm Springs to choose from. Weather referred to weather documentation, cruise speed, then all your different fuels. So it's telling you the fuel burn, which I think you actually end up having to figure this out yourself. 6,000 pounds an hour. Oh, okay, 6,000 pounds an hour for planning purposes. That's a lot. Reserve fuel, 4,500 pounds. Map fuel, whatever the fuck that is, 900 pounds. Taxi fuel, 900 pounds. Holding fuel, dispatcher's discretion. And alternate fuel, calculate using abbreviated flight planning sheets. Winds aloft, average course, and estimated time of arrival. So that's the general. So then they give you this handy dandy little map. It's going to be hard to see, but it's got a whole bunch of weather, like thunderstorm cells with their average tops marked on there. Then they also give you kind of like a surface prog type map to look at. This is also meteorology stuff that you kind of learn. It's very generic. Don't really have to use it a whole lot in real life dispatch as far as some of the things on here. Shows you the fronts. That's probably the most important takeaways. Also shows you areas of thunderstorms and convective activity. Then they give you all of your weather. They give you your METARs and TAFs. So you look at your ETD, what time you're leaving Spokane, and see what the weather's going to be. Determine whether or not you're going to need a departure alternate. Then once you calculate, like you go through everything and you calculate your flight plan by hand, you'll figure out what your ETA is and figure out if you need an alternate for that or not. What else we got? We got winds aloft. So I don't even remember how to decode winds aloft anymore. Yeah, a whole bunch of pages of winds aloft. So they kind of give you your general outline. And a lot of this, like this, is not realistic to real life. Like you're not going to have like certain op specs listed for you. Like we just have our operation specifications manual. If we need to know something in it, we'll go resource it. But for the most part, you don't have to dig into it a whole lot. But yeah, so this is kind of what they give you, and then you take this, and there's a few other sheets that you need. Here we go. So these correlate. So, and I honestly don't remember how to do this shit no more. But like they give you some certain sheets. So you kind of go and they have a wall that is the entire U.S. airspace as far as high altitude airways and all that stuff. So you'll go up there, you look at your plates, figure out what SID you're going to use if a SID is available. Then you go to the wall, you're going to figure out your airways and all that kind of stuff. And as you're going, you're writing them down. So like you give this little sheet. So you start with Spokane, and then you work your way down the airways. So for this particular one, starting at Spokane, go into IMB using J3, which is a distance of 195 miles on a 186 course heading. Then from IMB to LKV, 134 miles, 175 course heading, still on J3. But really though, see, I'm kind of wrong in this because if I stayed on J3, I didn't need to list IMB because it's on the J3 airway. So you just kind of go through all your airways, you list the distance, course heading, etc. Then that's going to feed into like your detailed flight plan. I don't really know, but yeah. So you end up working out all of your weight and balance, which you got a whole bunch of weights listed from like basic operating weight, your passenger weights on the forward part of the airplane, aft part of the airplane, your cargo weights. And cargo being 1 and 2, cargo being 3 and 4, your MEL penalties, what your zero fuel weight is, 45 minutes reserve, blah 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 blah. This is like the hard part of it. It's all the math. I don't like math. Then you got your detailed flight plan for every single airway. The Spokane, you got top of climb, IMB, J3, magnetic course heading, altitude, true wind direction, wind speed, magnetic variation. A lot of this stuff sounds hard, and in all honesty, some of it is, some of it's not. The instructors are there to teach you. Like, I have no idea how my buddy's doing it without an instructor. I would never have finished dispatch school without having an instructor to explain shit to me. So, that's a little bit on the dispatch school stuff. But no real prereqs, just got to be 23. Actually, you have to be 23 to dispatch. I think you can be 21 and get your license, but you can't actively dispatch until you are 23. So hopefully that answers your question. That was a very long-winded answer, but I like to give detail. Pilot Porter, what's up, dude? Great to see you, my friend. Yo, Drew pulls the trigger and got, oh, MLB TV. Been nice for y'all. Speaking of MLB, we're flying a little JetBlue Boston Red Sox. I've already gotten a lot of flack for flying this airplane. Man, I hate how the drone camera does that. It's obnoxious. Cool, so nobody on center. Let's see where'd that go. It was sick if you had a galley cart. We could like hand out shit to oh, like a galley cart. Oh, dude, that's actually kind of badass. Although you can't keep drinks cold without having ice, and they don't act like. Oh, actually, yeah. What if we could do that? Like, what if we could do like a real small fridge, like a skinny fridge, and put it in a galley? Dude, that'd be legit. Or like 2 or 3 galley carts, cut off like some of the walls, where you put a fridge inside, like a little mini fridge, weld them together and shit. They still look like 3 separate ones, but it's really just all one together. And then have a fridge in there. That'd be badass. Does any of y'all know how to weld? Because I don't. Galley cart mini fridge would be fucking legit. Oh, and here comes Drew, the fucking champ. Watch. Got a damn link. Airline cart. Airline galley trolley full size. Okay guys, so if you can make one into a fridge, that'd be sick. And I'd make sure that the brakes aren't deferred. I need the brakes to work. Legit. Let's do this. Google airline galley cart mini fridge. Let's just see if we can find anything. Doesn't have cooling capabilities. It's probably not really going to exist, except for like maybe them making it into like a wine thing. But if you could find like a skinny wine fridge that you could put into it, drill a hole in the back for the cord to go through, we'd be in business. Y'all, man, y'all got me. Let's see what I can't fucking figure out. I bet you I can find something. I look, my dog's all like, what the hell? We got us a project now. Former United. Gross. I wonder if I could talk to maintenance control and say like, hey, do we like ever have any galley carts that like, for whatever reason we don't want them and we just trash them? Can I get one? Dude, this one's sick. Look at this. If it'll load. It's got like a A10. Yeah, it's got like an A10 / World War II type paint scheme on it. back up. Alright. Challenge accepted. Oh yes, just there on my private jet. Drinking some wine. Yeah. Dude, that's pretty cool looking. Yeah, put some lights on the inside. Yo, that's... I'm gonna talk to maintenance control, see if we can't get one for free or shipping or something. I wasn't gonna say anything about that livery, but as a Yankees fan, I can't stand it. Well, you know, your life would be a lot happier if you were a college baseball fan and not an MLB fan, because then nothing would really bother you that much. But as we all know, I'm a big LSU Tigers guy, which I think they're playing tonight. So let's see, Sling TV. What's today? Wednesday, so there's probably be a bullshit game. Nickel State or something we're playing. LSU. Oh, we're playing South Carolina. No, wait. What day is that? April 8th. Today's not the 8th. Never mind. April 6th. Today's the 5th. Who? I thought we were playing today. Maybe we're not. Calendar. Calendars are good for telling you stuff. No, we play tomorrow. And we play... Okay, we're playing South Carolina tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Yes. I think South Carolina's pretty decent. Let's see. College baseball. NCAA baseball. Rankings. Sorry if y'all gonna hear that. I'm gonna be burping. Alright, so LSU is still #1 in the country, followed by Wake Forest, and then Florida, Vanderbilt, Arkansas. Shit, South Carolina 6th in the country. Okay, yeah, they good. They good. Virginia, Stanford, Boston College, Kentucky at #10, Tennessee at #11, so they moved up a spot as they beat us 1 out of 3 games. East Carolina, North Carolina, Campbell, whoever they are, Florida Gulf Coast. Okay. You would think they're a nobody, but I guess they're not. Oklahoma State, Coastal Carolina, Louisville, Connecticut, Miami, Texas, Texas Tech, UCLA, West Virginia, Oregon. So, how many SEC schools are in here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 SEC schools in the top 25, and almost all 7 are in the top 10. 6 of 7 are in the top 10. Gotta love the SEC, son. Probably 30 to 45 minutes to go. Right, let's check. We got top of descent, about 100-ish miles out. It would have to be custom made. Probably. I bet I can make one somehow. I have seen some really skinny, like, little wine fridges. I don't know how cold a wine fridge gets, but probably cold enough to keep, like, cans cold, I would think. Oh man, Brandon, what is up, dude? Thanks for the dispatch teaching. I learned something about routing around storms. There you go. Dude, anytime you have any questions about anything dispatch, throw them my way, throw it in the chat. We've got Andrew in here, we've got Jay in here, also, both of them are dispatchers. We often have quite a number of dispatchers in here with us. Usually we've got Jeff Cabana in here, who's a Delta dispatcher. Used to work at my company up until not too long ago. He's usually too busy trolling my channel, but nonetheless, if you ever have any dispatch questions, dude, never hesitate to throw them my way. Can definitely teach you what I know, which ain't the most in this world, but I know a thing or two. Let's see. I wish my Mizzou Tigers were up there. And you know, like, in a weird way, I love Mizzou. I've always loved Mizzou. Whenever NCAA football was a thing, and I would play Dynasty, I would always make, like, I would always be Mizzou Tigers for some reason. I always liked the colors, which is yellow and black. I don't know why, but I always liked Mizzou for some weird reason. But I used to live in St. Louis for a couple years, and I never did make it to Columbia to go check out some games. But I have nothing against the Mizzou Tigers as an SEC guy. I've always liked them. But maybe one day. Never say never. I love these liveries. You're such a good pilot. I wish you became a millionaire. Who's that? Is that for? That's for WYLIE, right? Well, I've been painting some kick-ass liveries for Flight Sim. Wine fridges usually run 52. Oh. Can I override that somehow and, like, make it cold? LSU who? Full. You know, them LSU Tigers. The ones that finished, like, what was, like, 5th in the country in football last year. Or, I know at one point we were number 5. And because of one loss, we didn't make it to, like, the semifinals. But you know, the LSU Tigers that just won a national championship in women's basketball, the LSU Tigers that are number 1 in college baseball right now. I say right now, I emphasize right now because it probably won't last forever, but you know, one can wish. Can you say AWA, please? AWA. At least that's how I would say. Am I saying it right? But AWA. AWA, AWA, AWA. AWA always love you. I'm a big fan of you now. I live in Columbia, so if you ever make it up here, drinks on. Oh, hell yeah. I've been to St. Louis. So I dispatched I worked for Trans-States Airlines, which was our headquarters was in St. Louis. So I was up there for a couple years before coming to my current company. I still got GoJet up there in St. Louis. One of my good friends is the FAA inspector for GoJet in St. Louis. So if I ever come up there to visit him, maybe we'll slide on out to Columbia and go grab a few drinks. Definitely wouldn't be against that at all. You're saying it right. Good. So, where are you from, my friend? So, WYLIE, you still on frequency?
Yep, still with it.
So, how many flight hours do you have?
I'm getting close to 300.
So, to get your ATP, are you gonna need 1,000 or 1,500?
I need 1,000, just 1,000.
Nice. And that whole 1,500 thing is the reason why I'm not a real life pilot. Are you familiar with I've said it a few times on stream, so I don't know if you're familiar with my backstory as to why I'm not a pilot.
I don't know if I've heard your story for that side of it.
So, I'm still a tad bit salty, although I believe everything happens for a reason. But so I joined the Air Force when I was 20 to get the post 9/11 GI Bill, so I could then go to flight school, get my ratings, become a pilot. But more so, just to get that degree, and then go from enlisted to an officer and finish like all my training and shit in the Air Force, fly for the Air Force for however long, and then like want to go be a FedEx pilot and make that bougie money. Well, I had a reoccurring injury in the Air Force. My shoulders, in my reach above my head, my shoulders sublux or dislocate sometimes. And I was in tech school. We were doing PT. My shoulder shot out of socket and couldn't get it back in, so the MTL put it back in. And he commanded that the following morning I go to the hospital, go talk to the doctor and be evaluated, which I tried to talk him out of it, but he's like, no, that was gross, that shouldn't be happening, so you're going to the doctor. And I joined on a medical waiver because of my shoulders. So go to the doctor, he's like, yeah, he pops both of them out of socket, you ain't staying in. So I got med boarded out of the Air Force. Then I went to the VA, because if you have a service-connected disability, which this was, you qualify for a program called the VOC Rehab Program, where they basically assess you for your skills and interests and try to get you into a career field that matches those. So for me, it was aviation. And they were gonna send me to Louisiana Tech. I was gonna get my professional aviation degree for 110% free. So not only was like school, tuition, and all that stuff free, but any associated costs with getting a job, like resumes, etc., pay for that. Any like flight bags, headsets, uniforms, whatever I would need, they pay for it. So we were about 1 week away from solidifying everything, because it took a while to find a school that I can't remember, it was like Part 61 or whatever, you know, like needed to be to comply with the VA's like criteria. So we finally got all that squared away. As Louisiana Tech, we were 1 week away from pulling the trigger and starting school, and then the FAA came out with this bullshit 1,500-hour rule. And as you know, it used to be, and this is more so for everybody else listening, it used to be airline mandated, where the airline would mandate how many hours they wanted. Usually it was like 350 total hours with 50 hours of multi, and you were usually good to go in the right seat of an airliner, and you could achieve that pretty much, for the most part, out of college. So then when the FAA changed it to government mandated of 1,500 hours, well, now I was no longer going to be sitting in the right seat of an airliner right out of college like the VA wanted me to. So the next best thing, because they said no to flying now, the next best thing was dispatch, and here we are.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like the funnest path. However, I mean, it seems like you've made the most of it from what I've seen, so I applaud you for that.
Well, I appreciate it. You know, when I jump seat and I get to chatting with the pilots, and like I show them my little flight sim set up, and I got all this Airbus stuff, and they're like, man, like, why aren't you flying? You should be flying. I tell them the story, and they're like, oh, who cares? Like, you're still young enough to do it. I'm like, no, dude, like, I'm not about to start all the way over. I ain't going back to school. To me, school is prison. I ain't going back. But I think I have as well. I mean, there's definitely more that I could do as far as like if I really wanted to like go to one of the big four or something, I could do that more than likely. But at the same time, like being a dispatch manager is really cool, and it's got its own perks and its own cons as well. But it is like building a resume, giving me a lot of very unique opportunities, unique experience, and I don't know. We'll see what happens down the long road. Obviously, there's always mergers and buyouts and stuff like that, so we'll see what happens. I'm just kind of riding it out, and I feel like I'm part of a team in the sense as far as like management goes, and we're trying to create something great. We want to make where we make our airline, and as far as a workplace goes, make it even better. We got some contract negotiations coming up for our dispatchers, so hopefully that turns out really good for them, especially since like pilots got a really kick-ass contract. So I'm just kind of hoping that we can make a great airline, both for employees as well as for passengers and all that kind of stuff. And I don't really want to be a quitter. And even my boss, I think, has vocalized a couple times that he hopes that we work together for years to come, which I think is kind of a roundabout way of being like, yo, I would understand if you left and went somewhere else. Like, I'd be happy for you, but I hope you don't. So, I don't know. I would feel like a quitter if I left at this point, and just going to kind of see where all this goes. Alrighty, so let's see. We are about 20 miles from top of drop. So let's do one last little hat flow, and we'll brief up the approach. And we'll stop looking at my dog that's like starting to hack. Get this thing back to fitting right. Alrighty. And then we're probably going to move the camera over to the stick So, hat flow again. We've already done.
Sorry about that. It seems like my ATC wanted to swap off that channel like halfway through your what you were saying.
Oh man, it's not a problem at all. So we got rad navs already
I was
set.
like, why'd he stop talking all of a sudden?
I got shadow banned by Batsu. Prog page is set.
And of course, halfway through what you were saying, my first ever failure is about to happen. I have it on realistic. I haven't had anything happen up to this point. I've been having it on realistic for probably like 4 or 5 months now, and I just got like a oil temp too high, so it's trying to tell me to turn off engine 1. So I might be turning that off for the arrival.
Well, that's interesting. Can you do emergencies while on VATSIM? I've through V1's channel, I've heard some criticisms on that. If you end up having to sign off, let me know. But good luck to you. Since I stream, I try to make it from A to B, so I don't have mine on. But good luck to you, dude. I wish we could be flying like multi-crew, and I could help you out. But unfortunately, that technology hasn't come along yet.
Oh, I don't think I'm going to disconnect just because there's no ATC online. Plus, I'm probably just going to keep going on to Tampa since we're at the top of the descent anyways. So I'm just going to kind of clean it up, get the engine shut down, and then just single engine approach into 19 left for you.
Dude, it's so funny that you say that, 'cause I was asked this question in my dispatch oral with the FAA, and that was kind of the same answer that I had. He told me that he's like, all right, you're over Shreveport, you're going into Dallas, and you lose an engine, what do you do? I was like, well, that's almost at top of descent, don't really need much thrust on the descent, so I say continue. And then he's like, all right, cool, so you continue, and then Delta slaps one on the runway in Dallas, and the airport's closed. And then I was like, oh, shit. And he's like, right, so what should you have done? And really the answer they want to hear is divert to the nearest suitable airport where safe landing can be made. But I had that same thought process that you're having right now, which means, and I'm almost missed my top of descent, but I had that same exact thought process, and honestly, in real life, we would probably elect the same thing, because like right now you're a beam Jacksonville, so like the first instinct is like, what's the closest? It's Jacksonville. All right, yeah, cool. But you also have to like spiral down to bleed off altitude, which could be more problematic. So maybe it's easier and safer and less workload to just continue either into Tampa and not have to go messing with the McDo very much, or maybe just sidestep on over to Orlando. But I think it's so cool that you had the same thought process that I had in my little oral that the guy just wanted to see how I was thinking, and he liked that I was thinking that way, but it wasn't the answer he wanted. I didn't give a shit.
Yeah, it's never the answer they're looking for, however, just in the practicality of the situation, if you already have the aircraft programmed for an arrival in Tampa, per se, and you're at the top of the descent, there's no point in reprogramming, adding on to your workload you already got. So my mindset here is I can keep the aircraft going on for the arrival while I also clean up the aircraft, get the engine shut down, get it ready for a landing without adding on that stress of, spiraling down or reprogramming the FMC to do an approach into Jacksonville or Orlando.
Exactly. And that's the same exact thing that I would do myself. Not that I'm a trained pilot like you, but same exact. There's a lot to be said that when you don't have to go put an airplane into heading mode and then keep boxing it around and trying to split your attention to different things in the cockpit. You can just solely focus on the ECAM, the checklist, and getting the engine secure, and letting the airplane and the autopilot do its thing and keep you safe. Cool. Alrighty. Do you have any passengers? So we do. We have 140 passengers.
All right, starting that top of the descent on my end. I should be right behind you as long as I don't have anything going on. Besides the engine turn off. But
sounds good. And I've got 19 right planned in the secondary, so if I need to sidestep and get out of your way, I can definitely do that. I don't think I'll be in your way. I should be able to land and get out of the way before you get close. But just let me know whatever you need me to do, and I can help you out.
Yeah, I don't think there should be any issues. I'm trying to keep the speed where it's at, just kind of glide her down to a lower altitude here, since you can't maintain 36 with one engine. But I should be out on the ground right behind you. Shouldn't be too long behind you.
All right, so yeah, so we have 140 passengers on board. Here is all of them. Got our flight attendants walking around. In fact, we're gonna let's just bring that up. We're gonna address the passengers, let them know we're coming down. So we're gonna turn the seatbelt sign. Oops, so you can see that right here. Seatbelt sign's on. Flight attendants will come on, and then we'll talk to the passengers. Let's finally calm down. Previous shift was not putting. You gotta love that. Not putting gas when you actually need it. It's different when you actually need it. It's okay to put it on when you need it. When you don't need it, then it shouldn't be. Alrighty. So stand by, guys. I'm gonna mute real quick, and then we'll be right back. Damn, man. Sorry. Fuck, man. I always do that. That's why I try not to be like super fancy and like do our little announcements and stuff. Okay. Real quick. We are planning on the ILS from a 19 left. Approach frequency is 110.3. That has been cross-checked in the McDo. Final approach course 187, also cross-checked. Our final approach fix is the outer marker at 1984. Sea level, decision heights 200 off the ground. Touchdowns on elevation is 26. We have a standing 3 glass slope. Approach lights, Pappy on the left. We go minutes, we'll climb to 600, and then climbing left turn to 2800 on a 160-degree heading on the radial 138 from the St. Petersburg VOR. Minimum is 200.5. Weather's fine, so no issues there. For runway 19 left, we have high intensity runway lights, center lights, approach lights, touchdowns on lights, Pappy on the left, 30-degree glide path on the Pappy. What the fuck? Who's on now? Tampa East approach, cool. Runway's grooved, RVR's reporting. We got 7,252 feet of runway from the glide slopes, 150 feet wide. It's going to be a right-hand turnoff, as I was marking a while ago. We're going to turn off at either Sierra or Charlie 3. We'll make a northbound turn on Charlie, and we'll cross runway 10 into the ramp. I don't know where JetBlue parks. Don't really care, not a big deal. ILS push buttons are armed. Constraints are on. We're going to land auto brake low, flaps full reverse thrust. Any questions, throw it in the chat. And we're going to dial up Tampa East approach. 1815. Alright, dude, we're switching over to Tampa approach. So good luck to you, and hopefully we'll see you on the ground. And hopefully not see you in the ground.
Sounds good. Talk to you soon.
Fuck me. Tampa approach, JetBlue 691 at 10,000 descending via the Dades 1.
JetBlue 691 Tampa approach, hello, squawk ident.
And here's the flash for JetBlue 691.
JetBlue 691, thank you. Radar contact 3 miles north of the Dades waypoint. Tampa altimeter tree 006. Expect a visual approach runway 19 left.
3006, and we'll expect a visual 19 left for JetBlue 691.
And JetBlue 691, you can descend and maintain 3,000.
Descend and maintain 3,000 for JetBlue 691. Okay. Drag. Let's
Tampa approach, Spirit Wings 2329, descending on the Lizard 6.
Spirit Wings 2329, Tampa approach, hello, squawk ident.
Squawk ident, Spirit Wings 2329.
Alright. This camera's being a bitch.
Spirit Wings 2329, your radar contact 10 miles north of the Aline waypoint. Tampa altimeter tree 006. Expect the ILS runway 19 left approach.
Alright, ILS 19 left for Spirit Wings 2329.
Alright. We're all set. Let's get that second camera up. Flight control replay. Cool. We are looking good. Let's get that on. Oh, okay. Born in Italy. Cool. Pretty cool, Awa. No, he was talking to us, but we couldn't read lips. Oof, beep, beep now. Alrighty, so we got the camera going. I think y'all can see that. Yeah. Ugh, the camera's being a bitch. So we're below VNE plus 10 for flaps 1, so we'll go speed checks, flaps 1. And let's go ahead and slow us. Keep us down at 210. Getting a little bumpy. Probably getting down to some thermals. Oh yeah, guys. 5 more likes, please. 5 more likes. So we hit 30. It's not very often I get to hit 30 in a stream, so that'd be awful, awful cool if we could. Also, smash the like button for having WYLIE flying with us today. Had some great conversations.
691, turn left heading 190.
Left heading 190 for JetBlue 691. Alright, pull for heading 190. Keep it coming down about 1,000 feet per minute, and we'll slow us down to 190 for now. Alright, approach checklist. Briefing is complete. Approach table by 1,000 feet. ECOM status. Whoops. Is checked. Seatbelt signs are on. Minimums 200 set. Engine NIS 1 and 2 are off. Altimeters 3006 set.
Wings 2329, descend and maintain 3000.
I'm maintain 3000, Fairwinds 2229.
JetBlue 691, the field 12 o'clock AM 15 miles, report the field and site.
Field and site, JetBlue 691.
JetBlue 691, roger, you're cleared for the visual approach, runway 19 left.
Clear for the visual, runway 19 left for JetBlue 691. Alright, let's arm the approach. So we can tell we've got glide slope and localizer armed. Since it's armed, we can go ahead and arm the autopilot 1 channel, so that will give us Cat 3 dual autopilot 1 and 2. Now I want to capture the localizer before capturing the... I have to capture the localizer before it'll capture the glide slope, so I want to stay below the glide slope until I capture the loc, and then from there I can join the glide slope. Alright, slows down to 170.
JetBlue 691, contact Tampa Tower, 119.5. Have a good one, thanks for flying.
Over to Tower, thanks for the help today. Have a great night, JetBlue 691. Okay, Tampa Tower, 19.5. Did not know that dude was on. Tampa Tower, JetBlue 691. We are 2.5 miles from Bucks. Visual 19 left.
JetBlue 691, Tampa Tower, hello. The wind 330 at 11, runway 19 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 19 left, JetBlue 691. Alright, we are clear to land. Let's cut them lights on. And we'll also put clear down there so we know we've been cleared. In case I forget. And VNE plus 10, so we'll go flaps 2. Speed check flaps 2. Alright, glide slope star, loc star. So we're looking good. Flaps 2 really helps get that nose down. We are established on the ILS. Dial it down a few knots, and then once we cross that 5-mile range ring, we'll get configured to land. So I'm probably going to need gate, taxi, parking gate.
2,500.
And we'll just go over to, what is that, airside B? Oh, nah, we'll go airside A. Alrighty, so we are about to cross over that 5-mile range ring.
2000.
Check and make sure that we don't need to confirm or activate and confirm. When we don't, so we'll go manage speed. Maybe if I can go manage speed, gear down, arm spoilers, flaps 3. Looking for V&E plus 10, so here's V&E, so we need 10 knots from that to go flaps full. And there's 10 knots. Flaps full, landing checklist. Landing checklist, cabin crews advised, auto thrust, speed, auto brakes low, EQ landing all green, landing checklist is complete. Alrighty, haven't landed the bus in a hot minute. We'll see how rough we hit it. Put in your landing rates, your landing rate guesses. Let me actually start recording. We are recording. So we got a 109 and a 118. So y'all are real optimistic. I would be probably guessing around the 200, 250 mark if it were me. My airplane.
$1,000.
Checking those rudders. Rudders are working. We know how I can have too many issues with those rudders. Alright, so D-Champ, if you're still watching, I'm going to talk out my my approach technique.
500.
So that runway's kind of getting into sight. I'm referencing the ILS, but as I get close, I can really start pointing my nose towards the threshold of the runway versus the landing zone, which is those thick white bars down there. Just a little bit down the runway.
100 above.
It'll put you below the glide slope. That's all right if you're close. So I'm gonna start aiming towards the threshold. It's a little windy.
Minimum.
Continue.
Glide slope.
See it? We're below the glide slope. That's all right.
100.
Aiming towards those piano keys. I'll compensate with the flare.
40, 30,
30, flaring.
20, retard.
Retard. So I ballooned it a little bit. Settling down. Reverse. Hold that nose up. On the rudders. There's 80 knots. Look for 60. 60 knots. We'll stow the reversers. Manual braking. Over to the tiller. And we'll exit right here.
JetBlue 691, welcome. Right turn on to Charlie, say parking.
We'll just go over to airside 1. Sorry, airside Alpha, not 1.
JetBlue 691, thanks. Airside Alpha via Charlie, Golf 1, and Golf. Have a good one.
Charlie, Golf 1, Golf for JetBlue 691. Thanks for your help tonight. Hope you have a good one.
You too.
Alright, let's see what that landing rate was. 130. Probably would have been a little bit better if I not ballooned it and let it settle down so hard, but, you know, is what it is. Alrighty, let's get her cleaned up real quick. Start getting that APU going. Then we'll go ahead and shut down number 2. Haven't heard WYLIE yet on the tower frequency. So yeah, so that one could have been a little bit better. I had a little bit of a panic flare. That 40-30 went like real fast, and I was like, oh shit. So I kind of pulled back a little bit, and that ultimately it saved me from slamming it really hard on the runway, but it made me balloon. So I kind of flared, which made me come back up a little bit, and then just I held the nose and the settled down on the runway. So that's why it was as hard as it was. But yeah, hope that helps you a little bit. But yeah, mainly flare at 30 feet, and then go into idle when it calls you retard. So let's see if we can see what gate number this is. Number 10. So this will be Alpha 10. Whoa. Come on, man. Don't do this thing now. I need to be able to see.
Tampa Tower, Fairway 2329 on a 10-mile final, runway 19 left.
Fairway 2329, Tampa Tower, hello, wind 330 at 11,
yeah, we got
runway 19 left, clear to land.
19 left, clear to land, Fairway 2329.
Try to get this parked and then watch. Parking brake set. Shutting down 1. Is he gonna dance? Is he gonna dance? Don't think so. Nope, he ain't gonna dance. Alright, let's check out. See how WYLIE does on this one engine landing. See him down there on the approach. Stop the recording. I don't think that keyboard. So we got 2 out there. WYLIE is on 19 left. Alright, so the big thing for WYLIE is going to be, as he goes into idle, he's going to want to be on that rudder trim, which just hitting the rudder trim reset will probably be the easiest way to do it. Just to reset that rudder to reset the rudder to 0 so that everything kind of evens out and he doesn't have any asymmetrical rudder issues. I don't know if asymmetrical is the right word for it. Alright, let's see what he does. Yep, there it is. There's that kick. Oh, you can even tell. Look at that. Engine 1's dead. Number 2's not.
Tampa Tower, Southwest 1824 on the ILS for 19 right.
Nice.
Southwest 1824, Tampa Tower, hello.
Nicely done, WYLIE.
330 at 11, runway 19 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 19 right, Southwest 1824.
Hell yeah. That boy. Get a look at that dead engine. It's crazy that it even shows that. I didn't think VATSIM would be able to tell. Well, you can see engine 2 is running. Engine 1 dead on arrival. That's a hell of a first failure too.
Sterling's 2329, cross runway 10 on Charlie, safe parking.
Crossing 10 Charlie, and we're going to be parking on out 15.
So he has to go park at an actual gate.
Sterling's 2329, take Charlie, Golf 1, and Golf to parking. Have a good one.
Charlie Golf.
He has to park at an actual gate. So flying on Virtual Spirit, you get an ACARS message that tells you what gate to park at. So that's how he knows exactly what gate to go to. So if he's at Alpha 26, he's going to be quite a ways away from me. But we're probably about to jump off of VATSIM. And so I guess probably over here. Maybe not, I don't know. That's a weird parking spot there. We're going to jump off VATSIM and then go watch the replay, and then we're going to be getting off for the night. Crystal should be on her way home here. She's probably on her way home right now. So, we're going to jump off. Let's go. Disconnect. What else we need to do? Let's submit our PIREP on A Pilot's Life. We'll actually take a look at this real quick before we do further flying. Yep, thank you. See what we scored. Probably dim me on some landing lights because I turned my lights off right at 10,000 feet, both ways. So it might have got me for both. Because it runs based off of 2992 and MSL. Yeah, so it got me on something. So I got a 97% score. Oh, it paused me. So it read the when we had the internet outage, it read that as a flight sim pause. So then it said I failed on that. And then the beacon light. I guess I didn't shut my beacon light off fast enough because I went into drone camera mode to move around. I did hit it once we got the camera out by the runway, but I didn't shut it off fast enough, so it dinged me on that as well. So we lost 3 points out of 100. It's not bad. Obviously, everybody knows a 97% score out of 100. It's not bad. This one we shouldn't have been dinged for. And this, I've always been touchy about the whole beacon light thing in the pilot's life. I mean, I'm telling you, you have to have that beacon light shut off within like 2 seconds. So when I shut that last engine down, as soon as I hear the bus click in the cockpit, that's when I hit it. It's just like when I've hit it before that, it was too fast. But then if I hit it too long after that, it's too slow. So 97, not bad. Take it, whatever. I don't really care. We'll get rid of Atlanta. I think everything else is fine. Alright. So now, we'll end the flight with these folks. They said unexpected departure delay and arrival delay. That's weird. Block, I think, was 2. I don't even know what block was. Our flight time was dead on. Flight time, based off SimBrief, was 2:46, and we hit it in 2:45. So these passengers are dum-dums, and we're not going to listen to them. They ran out of alcohol. Okay, that is an issue. I understand that. The landing was very smooth, which didn't have that extra shot of rum. Cool. Close. Close. We'll reset position here. Get everything closed up. Got the APU on, so we're good. Sweet. Alright, get configured forward landings. Let's go flaps full. Arm spoilers. Let's do all of this stuff. Put that into climb. That's not what anything. Okay, let's load up here, hit open, hit play.
Too low, terrain.
Shut up, shut up, shut up. There we go. Okie dokie.
1,000.
We'll watch this one again from the cockpit. You'll see how in that last 40 feet or so, everything kind of happened quick, and I got a little panicky. Damn! Wylie said he got negative 86 on that single engine landing. I wonder if Chief Pilot would yell at you for that. Like, oh, we don't be trying to land that smooth. Get on the ground, boy. Get on the ground. As Chief Pilots are really cool. They're usually, like I've spoken with most of our Chief Pilots in my airline, and they're all actually pretty laid back and down to earth. But they take care of shit too.
$400. 300. 200.
So here we're kind of pointing the airplane at the piano keys.
100.
Fighting the wind. We got a right quartering headwind.
50. 30.
Terrain.
20. Retard.
See, I kind of ballooned it there. You see that nose coming back down? There we go. So now let's see how it looked from over yonder ways. Coming in, panic, pull up a little too hard, and give a little floaty float. Keeping that nose up and setting her down. Another one from this angle. Now almost, I mean, it's like I almost grazed the ground with that landing gear. Crabbing in the wind. Like, look how close that gear came to touching the ground. And then set it down a little hard. Keeping that nose up, a little aerodynamic braking. Wasn't terribly ugly. I'm not crazy about the little ballooning, but you know, shit happens. Alright, let's look at that crab. Nice little crab angle we had. Got a little bit of a crab angle in there. We're correcting. Got that nose in the wind. Should have put a little more aileron into the wind. Yum. We'll come on down here and we'll watch a little approach from the butthole of the airplane. Everybody likes buttholes, right? Just kidding. Don't be too gross. Alrighty. So you can see I really start kind of letting that nose come down, really pointing towards those piano keys on the runway. Had to do it. It looks cool. Not sure why the approach lights are in the ground. Oof. Oof. Yeah, definitely should have had more aileron into the wind. This is a good angle though, because it shows you just how much I was aiming at those piano keys. We're not far from them. We're already in that flare, got that nose up. So you can tell, although I was coming down, like had a kind of a little bit of a steep descent rate. I was coming down at the runway pretty quick. So as I'm pulling up, obviously the airplane's going to start kind of shallowing off. That's when we get to this, right next to the runway there. So where are we at on the runway? So piano keys are right there. There's the numbers. And we're aiming, like where you want to touch down is on those big fat blocks, obviously. So we're not in a bad spot. But then I start to float. I pulled up just a little too hard. We're like right there. Slow it down. Oh, I didn't know I had this button. That's cool. I'm telling you, it looks like almost like it looks like I grazed the runway there. Up just a little too much. Look at that aileron. I mean the elevator. I pulled up out of panic just a little bit. My rat was not out. Ram air turbine, that little thing out the belly of the airplane. And then settled it down. Good looking livery. And I like this angle. I like being lower to the ground. It makes the airplane look aggressive. Lights come off. Alright guys, that's going to do it for me tonight. We'll get one more view from the window of the airplane. But I hope everybody has a great night. Thank y'all so much for coming to hang out. Let's see how many likes we got. See if we hit any. Oh man, we got 30 likes. Check that out. I don't know what it shows on y'all side. There's always a discrepancy there. But that is awesome. I hardly ever hit 30 likes in a single stream during the stream. I get killed by the beacon light deal on VA base. Yeah, I guess you got to be quick on it. I'm not really sure. But anyways, guys, thank y'all so much for coming to hang out today. Really enjoyed this one. Special thank you to WYLIE for coming and hanging out with us and flying with us and giving his insight from a pilot in training. About to be CFI. Good luck to him on Friday, and also on that check ride when it happens. And guys, thank y'all so much again. I can't express it enough. I know I say it a lot, but y'all are awesome. I really enjoy every day that I get to do this and hang out with you guys and have some drinks and stuff. Yeah. So what's tomorrow? Thursday. Can't remember what I got going on tomorrow. Let's see. I got some work meetings tomorrow. Limitation. I don't know what that is. So I think tomorrow we should be able to stream again. We'll probably stick with some more Airbus. Might do some headwind A330. I won't be able to, like, I'll be using my throttle quadrant, but I won't be able to use like the full functionality because I need FSU IPC commands to use it. So it won't be as good as like the FENIX. I also won't be able to use the McDo either. But we've never flown the headwind A330 on the channel, and I think it's time we do it. We'll fly some Boston stuff, or not Boston, but we'll fly some Delta stuff there. Other than that, yeah, I'm definitely not going to this 8 a.m. meeting, and after that, there's no more meetings. So, yeah, looks like we got we're off work tomorrow. So let's do some streaming. Not really sure on the times, but make sure to smash that notification bell so that y'all are in the loop on all that. And as far as, you know, knowing when I'm going online. And I guess I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hope y'all have a great night. And oh yeah, hey Jet Kid, while you're here, maybe we stream some Hornet stuff tonight. Like we'll stream from my perspective in VR. And we'll just see what kind of reaction we get out of that. If you're down with that, we'll talk offline. But guys, maybe we'll do some Hornet stream tonight. Once Crystal goes to bed, probably gonna be around 11 o'clock tonight. Maybe we'll stream some Hornet stuff. Show y'all kind of how me and Jet Kid is training me. Check Jet Kid, by the way, his name is Nolan. Anyways, guys, hope you have a great night. Maybe you'll see you tonight. For sure, see you tomorrow. And until then, be good at it, and keep it on the wrong side. And we'll see y'all later.